Chapter 182 Practicing Until Morning. Shortly after Elder Shan left the place, Fei Yuan suddenly said, "Disciple Yuan, you can rest for the day. I'm going to practice a little longer." Eh. Yuan looked at her with raised eyebrows, and he said, "You have already practiced for 10 hours today. It's better to get some rest." "I know, but I don't think I can calm down so quickly after learning about Senior Zou. She has countless admirers, whether it be for her beauty or her musical abilities. I've admired her ever since I can remember," Fei Yuan said. And she continued, "Now that I know about her appearance at the competition, I must not embarrass myself at all cost. Therefore, I'm going to practice more and try my best to impress her." Yuan nodded and said to her, "Don't overdo it, Disciple Fei. It'll be problematic if you tire yourself out right before the competition. It's happened to me multiple times, so I know how it feels." Fei Yuan smiled and said, "Are you worried about me? Don't forget that I am a cultivator, a spirit warrior. I can practice for an entire week without rest and will still feel perfectly fine." Sometime later, Yuan and the others left the backyard whilst Fei Yuan remained to practice her Zither. "Brother, guess what's being talked about in my school?" Yuro asked Yuan after she returned home. "What?" "The Zither competition. You know my school is a prestigious school for musicians. There's no way they wouldn't talk about something as massive as the Zither competition." Yuro said, "Visit li/tnovelpub.com for a better experience. In fact, I even know a couple of students in my school who intend on participating in the Zither competition." There are people in your school that also know how to play the Zither?" Yuan asked with his interest piqued. "Yes, a lot of people in my school play, and they learn to play the Zither there. Of course, they're still not very good at it, but they still wanted to participate. As for the others, they'll only be at the competition as a spectator." Yuro then continued, "Therefore, try not to reveal yourself, okay? Most people nowadays may not remember you, but there's a lot of students in my school that still remember your talents, brother, especially since I am there. Don't worry, I will be wearing a mask for the competition just in case," Yuan said. "Good." Yuro nodded. "By the way, I would like to stay in the game tonight and practice the Zither some more." Yuan suddenly said, "Don't overwork yourself, brother. You should know by now that rest is as important as the practice itself." "I know, Yuro. There's no reason for me to overwork myself. Anyway. For more, visit lightnow/lpub/com. Okay." A few minutes later, Yuan returned inside the game, and he went to the backyard to see whether Fei Yuan was still practicing or not. And as had expected, Fei Yuan, while being basked in gentle moonlight, was practicing the Zither. "What's the matter, Disciple Yuan?" Fei Yuan stopped playing to look at him. "Couldn't sleep?" "No, I've just decided to practice some more with you," Yuan said to her. "Are you sure? You can go ahead and sleep if you want to. I'm doing this on my own accord, so you don't need to feel guilty about leaving me alone," Fei Yuan said with a smile on her face. "I'm also here on my own accord, so you don't have to worry. The competition is only a couple of days away, and I don't want to disappoint you, so I'll try my best until then." "Disappoint me?" Fei Yuan looked at Yuan with a slightly dazed look on her face. Yuan nodded with a smile and said, "Since you came to me and asked me to become your partner, I feel an obligation to meet your expectations. Follow current novels on lightnov/lpub.com. Fei Yuan blushed for some reason after hearing Yuan's words, and she nodded. "Since you insist on practicing with me, there's no reason for me to refuse." A few moments later, Yuan sat beside her and placed his hands on the Zither. "Then let's practice all night," Fei Yuan said, and they began playing the Zither together. This sounds like Disciple Yuan's Zither." Minli, who had her windows open, could suddenly hear another person playing the Zither besides Fei Yuan. The thought of closing the windows to sleep in silence was thrown out of Min Li's mind, and she decided to sleep with the Zither music in the background. As for Xin Wuhan, she was completely oblivious to the situation outside since she didn't have her windows opened, which activates the soundproofing formation and prevents all sound from entering her room. Thus, she spent the entire night in her own room whilst Yuan and Fei Yuan played the Zither together until it was morning. "Wow, It's already morning? It didn't feel like that much time had passed. Fei Yuan exclaimed when she saw the sun rising on the horizon. Time passes much quicker when we're absorbed, especially when it comes to music. And congratulations, Disciple Fei, you can now perfectly synchronize your music with mine. Yuan said to her with a satisfied smile on his face, feeling incredibly refreshed despite spending all night practicing. Follow current novels on Li/Gitnov/Lpub.com. Did you already forget? You can call me Fei Yuan when we're alone, she said, also with a smile on her face. Sometime later, Fei Yuan went back into the house to clean herself. Once they were both clean and refreshed, Fei Yuan asked Yuan, "What do you want to do today? Do you want to continue practicing after a short break?" Yuan asked, "The competition is only 2 days away, right?" "The competition doesn't actually start until the 3rd day, but we will take the whole day before the competition to rest and prepare ourselves. So today will be our last day practicing." Fei Yuan said to him, "Okay." Yuan nodded, feeling quite excited about the competition. Chapter 183, Last Day of Practice. "I will be right back," Yuan said to Fei Yuan after taking a shower, as it was about time for him to eat breakfast. "Okay, I'll see you in a bit." After returning to his room, Yuan logged off the game and waited for Uro to do her routine. About an hour later, Yuan logs back into the game to find Fei Yuan casually sipping tea in the living room. "Did you already eat breakfast?" Yuan asked her. "Breakfast? No, I only eat food once a week." Fei Yuan casually responded. Yuan looked at her with wide eyes. "Once a week? That's unhealthy, especially if you're spending so much time practicing," he said to her. Fei Yuan raised her eyebrows and said, "What are you talking about? As cultivators, we don't need to eat as often as mortals since we feed on spiritual energy. In fact, most cultivators treat food like snacks." Yuan stared at Fei Yuan with a loose jaw. Because his breakthroughs mostly relied on monster cores and fortuitous encounters, such as the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower, he didn't know that he could fill his stomach with spiritual energy alone. New novel chapters are published on light/nov/lpub.com. Even if you can fill your stomach with spiritual energy, that still sounds unhealthy, Yuan mumbled, as he cannot even begin to imagine eating no food for an entire week straight. Furthermore, while spiritual energy may be able to fill up one's stomach, what about one's nutrition? Does spiritual energy have the necessary nutrition for one's body? How is that any different from drinking water to fill up one's stomach? If you want to eat something, you can go ahead and eat without me. I can wait for you to return before we start practice." Fei Yuan said to him. Yuan shook his head and said, "No, it's fine. I already ate. We can begin a practice whenever you're ready." Fei Yuan raised her eyebrows. Did he eat inside his room or something? After shaking the questions in her mind away, Fei Yuan tilted her head backward along with the teacup, gulping down the tea at once. "Okay, let's start practice now," Fei Yuan said to him afterward. Yuan nodded, and as he turned to walk outside, Fei Yuan suddenly said, "We can stay inside today. It's raining outside right now." "Oh, okay." Yuan nodded again before taking a seat on the couch. This content is taken from lightno/v//lpub. C/OM. A few minutes later, once they were in position and prepared, the two of them began playing the Zither. Xian Wuhan woke up an hour later with Min Li knocking on the door a few minutes later. "Wow, it sounds even more impactful since we're inside a closed area," Xian Wuhan said with a slightly dazed look on her face after listening to her first song for the day. "Also, it sounded like you've both improved a lot since yesterday. How much did you actually practice last night? Did you even sleep?" Xian Wuhan asked them afterward. "No, we didn't sleep last night, actually. Instead, we spent the entire night playing the Zither together, alone." Fei Yuan responded to her in a calm voice. Xian Wuhan's eyes widened, and she proceeded to stare at Fei Yuan with a speechless look on her face. "Anyway, let's continue," Fei Yuan said to Yuan, and they continued practicing the Zither again. Time passed quickly, and before they realized it, it was already night again. "Okay, Disciple Yuan, this is enough for today. Go rest now, and then we'll spend the entire day tomorrow resting even more. Our body and mind must be in perfect shape before the competition, after all. Fei Yuan said to him at the end of their practice session. Follow current novels on lightnov/elpu/b/com. Okay. Yuan nodded and went to shower first this time. Once Yuan returned, Fei Yuan went to clean herself. What do you think, Yuan? Are you confident in your abilities? Do you think you'll have a chance at third place? I don't know much about Zither, but if someone like Disciple Fei could reach 7th place, you'll definitely be able to reach 3rd place, if not even 1st place. Xian Wuhan said to him. I'm also unsure about my current standing since I am new to the Zither, and Disciple Fei is the only other Zither player I know and can compare to. However, no matter what happens, I'll play the Zither to the best of my abilities and hopefully meet Disciple Fei's expectations, Yuan said with a smile on his face. You're quite the humble one despite your talents, Yuan. I really admire that. You're clearly already better than Disciple Fei, who is already highly established and respected in the Zither community, yet you act like equals. Well, I've learned at a very young age to never look down on others regardless of their situation, so I can only look up to or as equal to somebody, Yuan said. Your parents have taught you well then, Xian Wuhan said. However, a bittersweet smile appeared on Yuan's face, and he said in a slightly dispirited voice, the only thing my parents taught me was music and instruments. Everything else was either self-taught or taught by my sister. Is that so? Then who taught you to be humble? Xian Wuhan asked, feeling a little awkward now. Updated from lig/tnovelpub // weird smile appeared on Yuan's face, and he said, it took a while, but I learned it after realizing why all of my opponents were crying and staring at me with hatred on their faces after a music competition. Although I didn't realize it until it was too late, I had always looked at my opponents with a cold and indifferent face. Perhaps they mistook my natural expression as arrogance, hence why I was hated by a lot of people. You? Arrogant and indifferent? I cannot imagine it, especially the being hated part. Xian Wuhan said. Yuan chuckled and said, I don't really remember most of it, but my sister would always tell me how much I've changed compared to my childhood days. Perhaps living most of my life as a cripple had really changed my character. What did you just say? A cripple? You? Xian Wuhan and Minli stared at Yuan with wide eyes after he accidentally spilled some beans. Chapter 184 to Life, Saving Treasures. Yuan looked at the two beauties with an awkward look on his face after realizing what Head just said. Anyway, I am getting very sleepy, so I'm going to retire for the day. I'll see you all tomorrow, Yuan said to them before rushing upstairs, almost like he was running away before they could further question him. What was that about? Xian Wuhan and Min Li exchanged looks with each other. Yuan was definitely keeping something from them, but who doesn't have a few secrets they'd rather keep to themselves? It's getting late, so we'll be leaving too. I'll see you tomorrow, Senior Apprentice Sister Xian. Min Li said as she left the building. Guess I'll go cultivate, Xian Wuhan shrugged before going into her room. Where did everyone go? Fei Yuan came out of the bathroom a few minutes later to see an empty living room. Oh well. Fei Yuan shook her head before going into her room and falling asleep shortly later. The following day, Xian Wuhan asked everyone there, what are you going to do today if you're not going to be practicing the Zither? Visit lightnovelp/ub//com for a better experience. Well, however, before Fei Yuan could respond, someone knocked on the door before a voice resounded. Are you guys inside? It's me. Master. Fei Yuan went to open the door after hearing Elder Shan's voice. What's the matter, Master? Fei Yuan asked after greeting her. What do you mean? The tournament's tomorrow, and I'm here to see if you're ready to leave yet. We're leaving the sect already? I thought we wouldn't have to depart until tomorrow morning. Fei Yuan said with raised eyebrows, since this did not happen last time. Due to the presence of Heaven and Earth Palace and Senior Zou, the place will be much more crowded than last time. If we don't leave now, we'll have trouble getting into the city. Elder Shan explained. Oh, that makes sense. Fei Yuan then turned to look at Yuan and asked him, "Are you ready to leave now?" Yuan immediately nodded and said, "I am ready to leave whenever you are." This content is taken from // light novel pub. Wait a second. Elder Sean, I would also like to come with you. Xian Wuhan suddenly said. You? Elder Sean raised her eyebrows, and then she said, I can only carry 2 other individuals on my flying treasure, so you'll have to ask your grandfather to take you. My grandpa is also going? Xian Wuhan mumbled in a surprised tone. Elder Sean nodded and said, Yes, that's why you should talk to him instead. Anyway, we need to speak with the sect master before we leave the sect. Come with me, Disciple Fei, Disciple Yuan. They'll see you 2 later, Yuan said to Min Li and Xian Wuhan. Once Fei Yuan and Yuan left with Elder Sean, Xian Wuhan and Min Li looked at each other. Do you think Grand Elder Xian would be willing to take me along? Min Li asked Xian Wuhan. I can ask for you. Xian Wuhan nodded. For more, visit lighten/o///pub.com. Thank you, Senior Apprentice Sister. Meanwhile, at the Sect Master's headquarters sometime later, Elder Sean knocked on the door and said, Sect Master, I brought Disciple Fei and Disciple Yuan here, and will be leaving the sect soon. Come inside. A moment later, they entered the room. I didn't think I'd see you again so soon, Disciple Yuan. Long Yijuan said with a somewhat stiff smile on his face. Anyway, about this Zither competition. There will be a lot of people there, you know? I know, Yuan nodded. If there's a lot of people, it means there will be a lot of people watching you. Long Yijuan narrowed his eyes at Yuan, who appeared oblivious at this moment. Yuan suddenly smiled and said, Don't worry, Sect Master. They'll be wearing a mask during the competition so that people won't be able to recognize me. The most up-to-date novels are published on li/tnovelpub/com. Long Yijuan and Elder Sean looked at Yuan with surprised looks on their faces. They didn't think he would be aware, which definitely was a shocker. Sometime later, Long Yijuan retrieved a medium-sized wooden box and placed it on the table. Take these, Disciple Yuan. In case anything happens, these treasures will keep your life safe. After opening the wooden box, Yuan could see 2 items sitting inside. One of these 2 items was a deep green jade slip, with the other being a silver talisman. The jade slip is called Jade Barrier, and the token is named 10,000 Miles Talisman. Long Yijuan said, and he proceeded to explain their usages. If you pour some of your spiritual energy into the Jade Barrier, it will create a very powerful defensive formation around you that can block even a Spirit Grandmaster's strike, but it will only be able to block a single hit no matter who attacks you, so you must use it wisely. As for the 10,000 Miles Talisman, as long as you activate it with your spiritual energy, it will immediately teleport you 10,000 miles from your location. However, it does so randomly, so there are some risks involved, such as being teleported in the middle of an ocean or in the middle of a beast's nest. Remember, Disciple Yuan, that you can only use these treasures once before they lose their powers. Long Yijuan warned him. I understand. Yuan nodded before accepting these 2 life-saving treasures. For more, visit lightnovelpub.com. Thank you, he said afterward. The sect master personally handed Disciple Yuan 2 powerful, life-saving treasures. For what? Leaving the sect. Just what is his background? Fei Yuan cried inwardly after seeing this. Good luck, Disciple Fei and Disciple Yuan. Go and make the sect and our ancestors proud. Long Yijuan said to them before looking at Elder Sean and continuing, I'll leave them in Elder Xian's and your care, Elder Sean. Rest assured, Sect Master. I won't let either of them come to any harm, and he'll prioritize their lives over mine. Elder Sean nodded with a serious look on her face. What the heck? We're only going to participate in a Zither competition, and it's not as if we're hunting powerful magical beasts. Fei Yuan was left speechless by their serious conversation, as it sounded like they were going somewhere dangerous. Chapter 185 Special Treatment. Yuan left the sect master's headquarters with the others shortly after Long Yijuan gave him the life-saving treasures. Disciple Yuan, Elder Shan suddenly called out to him, and then she reached into her spatial ring before pulling out a red pill and handing it to him. Although this pill is not as powerful as the life-saving treasures the sect master gave you, this pill of dominance will enhance your combat capabilities by 100% for 10 minutes. However, you'll become a bit sore and feel weak afterward, so if you cannot defeat your opponents in 10 minutes, use the 10,000 miles talisman to get as far away as possible. Thank you, Senior Sean. Yuan accepted the pill. Pill of Dominance, Tier 3, Purity 88%. Effects: enhances all of your stats by 100% for 10 minutes followed by 75% deduction in all stats for 24 hours. Description: only consume if you are a cultivator. Even Master gave Disciple Yuan something to keep him safe. Fei Yuan stared at him with a slightly dazed look on her face. Let's go meet up with Elder Shin now, Elder Shan said before bringing them to his living quarters. Elder Shan raised her eyebrows when she noticed two familiar-looking faces standing beside Elder Shin. For more, visit lighten/ovelpu/b/com. Of course, it was Xian Wuhan and Minli. In the end, Xian Wuhan managed to persuade Elder Shin to bring her and Min Li along to the competition. Are we all ready to leave? Elder Shin asked them after they gathered. Yes, and we just came from seeing the sect master. We're ready to leave at any time. Elder Shan nodded. Good, then we shall depart right away. However, before we leave, allow me to give this to you, Disciple Yuan. Elder Shin said as he retrieved 2 items and extended them towards Yuan. These 2 items will come in handy if you're ever in trouble. The first item is called Thunder Needle. You can activate it by pouring your spiritual energy inside, and once that happens, it will explode in 3 seconds, releasing a powerful explosion that's as strong as an all-out attack from a cultivator at the peak Spirit Master realm. So make sure you throw it before it explodes. This second item is called Dragon Marble. It's an extremely rare treasure with very limited quantities, since only a dozen of these were found in the Dragon Temple many thousand years ago. There are only 2 of these treasures left in the sect, and if you activate it with your spiritual energy, it'll transport you back to the Dragon Essence Temple, no matter where you are in this world, as long as you're within the lower heavens. Use it wisely. The Dragon Marble? Grand Elder Xian is going to give away such a precious life-saving treasure to Disciple Yuan. Why? Fei Yuan's jaw dropped to the ground when she saw this, as did Xian Wuhan and Min Li. They were only going to participate in some music tournament inside a city. The chances of them being in danger were practically none, yet Yuan still received many powerful life-saving treasures, as though he was being sent to the battlefield. Why are they only giving him life-saving treasures? What about me? What about the rest of us? Aren't we also leaving the sect? Why does he get such special treatments? Fei Yuan cried inwardly, feeling slightly envious of Yuan, but she didn't dare to complain. The most up-to-date novels are published on l/i/getnovelpub/com. Thank you, Senior Xian. Yuan accepted the small silver needle and the golden marble before tossing them into his spatial ring. How can you give him something so precious when I only gave him a pill of dominance? Now you're making me look bad. Elder Shan sighed afterward. I'm sorry. It wasn't intentional, Elder Shan. Elder Xian said with a somewhat stiff smile. Sometime later, Elder Shan retrieved what appeared to be a wooden boat toy from her spatial ring. After pouring some of her spiritual energy into the wooden boat, the toy-sized wooden boat suddenly expanded until it was large enough to fit 3 people, dumbfounding Yuan. Get on, Elder Shan said to them as she boarded the wooden boat. Fei Yuan entered the boat before taking a seat. What are you waiting for, Disciple Yuan? Come over here. Fei Yuan patted the empty seat beside her with a seemingly innocent look on her face, yet her eyes glanced at Xian Wuhan for a split second. Yuan nodded and took a seat beside Fei Yuan, even feeling something soft pressing the side of his H.I.P.S. afterward. Visit Light Novel Pub. Calm for a better experience. Xian Wuhan's eyebrows twitched after seeing this, and she definitely did not miss Fei Yuan's quick glance. Meanwhile, Elder Xian also retrieved his flying treasure. That's a treasure? Yuan stared at Elder Xian's flying treasure with wide eyes, as it looked like a small circular platform made of clouds. Elder Xian smiled at Yuan's reaction, and he said, "There are many different types of flying treasures. You can even find ones that resemble and move like magical beasts, but they're not actually real." Sometime later, Elder Shan and Elder Xian activated their flying treasures and took flight, soaring towards the clouds in the sky before speeding into the distance at a speed that was vastly superior to flying swords. Wow, how expensive are flying treasures? Yuan asked a few minutes later. Flying treasures are very rare in the lower heavens, so the chances of you buying them are extremely low, Fei Yuan said. Then how were these flying treasures obtained? The source of this content is lig/tnovelpu/b c/om. I obtained mine during a large tournament 200 years ago, Elder Shan responded. As for Elder Xian, I believe it was given to him by the sect for his meritorious achievements when he was still a mere disciple. Do you also want one? Yuan shook his head and said, "No, I just find them really cool, and I still prefer the flying sword. There are also flying treasures that resemble swords. In fact, the sect master of the Radiant Sword sect has a flying treasure that's simply an enormous sword." Elder Shan said, causing Yuan to imagine himself soaring in the sky with an enormous sword. Maybe I can use the Empyrean Overlord as my flying sword in the future? Yuan thought to himself. Chapter 186, Accidentally Spilling the Beans. After flying for a couple of hours, the flying treasures came to a sudden halt, and Elder Shan said, "We're at the place. However, since we cannot enter the city with flying treasures, we'll have to descend here." A few moments later, Elder Shan and Elder Xian descended their flying treasures before storing them away. Once they were standing on the ground again, Yuan retrieved a black jade mask and wore it on his face, covering his handsome features besides his bright eyes that illuminated with energy and excitement. Wait a second. That jade mask. When Minli saw this familiar-looking jade mask, she immediately recalled the mysterious figure during the disciple examination. "Why you? It was you all along." Minli cried out loud, while pointing at Yuan with trembling fingers when she realized the truth. "Huh?" Everybody there, including Yuan, turned to look at Minli with raised eyebrows and puzzled expressions. "What are you talking about?" Xian Wuhan asked her. "Why you? Disciple Yuan. You were the masked figure from the disciple examination. I saw you during the third exam, even taking notice of you because of your powerful aura. I had wondered where you went because I didn't see you after the examination, so you were right beside me this entire time," Minli exclaimed. For more, visit li/g/tnovelpub/c/om. Yes, I was there when you took 50 steps. Yuan nodded, not even bothering to hide anything. "Is there something wrong?" "Of course. You emitted the power of someone at the Spirit Warrior realm at that time. How come you're only a Spirit Apprentice now? In fact, now that I look at your cultivation, it went up by 2 whole levels since I last checked. How is that even possible?" Minli said. "Huh? What are you talking about? Yuan has always been a Spirit Warrior. He was at 5th level Spirit Warrior even before had become a disciple at the Dragon Essence Temple," Xian Wuhan casually said. "What?" Fei Yuan and Min Li turned to look at Xian Wuhan with their eyes wide with shock. How could an outer court disciple be at the 5th level Spirit Warrior realm? Elder Xian and Elder Shan looked at each other with a bittersweet smile on their faces, and Elder Xian said a moment later, "Actually, Disciple Yuan is currently under the effects of a pill known as Pill of Concealment that suppresses his cultivation level by an entire realm. And his real cultivation base is actually Peak Spirit Warrior. But keep this a secret, okay? I'm only revealing this fact because it's impossible to keep it hidden at this point." Peak Spirit Warrior? The 3 fairies turned to look at Yuan with gawking looks on their beautiful faces. How old was Yuan again? 18 years old? How can someone that young have such an impressive cultivation base? That's something you normally only see in the upper heavens. For more, visit lighten/ovalpub/comthut. Minli suddenly fell to her knees with disbelief on her face. I have been comparing myself to a spirit warrior this entire time. It's no wonder why he was able to destroy the training puppet so casually. I've been fooled. Minli cried inwardly, feeling as though Shed lived a life of lies this entire time. This guy, he's even more monstrous than I'd expected. Peak spirit warrior at such a young age. He's definitely from one of the 4 ancient families, if not a hidden family, that's even more powerful. Are you okay? Yuan asked Minli in a weird tone after seeing her fall to her knees. Yes, I am, Minli said a moment later before standing up and patting the dirt off her slightly stained robes. Sometime later, Elder Sean asked them, "Are we ready to continue?" Yes. They all nodded. For more, visit light/nov/lpub/com. Thus, Elder Sean began leading them towards the city that was less than a mile away. Peak spirit warrior. He's not only more talented than me in music, but he's also stronger than me in cultivation. Fei Yuan stared at Yuan's back from behind with a profound expression on her face, wondering if there were any more secrets from him. Many minutes later, they arrived before the city walls. Wow, there's a lot of people here, Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice after seeing the sea of people trying to get inside the city. Damn, I've underestimated the crowd. I didn't expect there to be so many people here. Elder Shan sucked her teeth after seeing so many people. Elder Xian shook his head and said with a smile on his face, "Even though you are mostly shameless at the sect, you could be quite humble and innocent at times, Elder Shan." What do you mean by that? Elder Shan looked at him with one of her eyebrows raised. Elder Xian chuckled and said, "Do you really think they're going to make us wait in line like everyone here? Just follow me." Elder Xian did not wait for a response and stepped towards the city walls and into the crowd. Visit lightnovelp/com for a better experience. Despite having no eyes behind their back, the people in front of Elder Xian unconsciously turn around due to Elder Xian's profound aura that poked their backs with an invisible finger. That's a sect elder from the esteemed Dragon Essence Temple. Hey, isn't that Elder Xian? Dragon Essence Temple's Grand Elder. What's he doing here? The people there immediately recognized his majestic robes, and not daring to block his path, they quickly made way for him, creating a long and empty path from the back of the line to the front of the line. What are you all waiting for? Let's go, Elder Xian said to the others in a calm voice. A few seconds later, Yuan and the others followed Elder Xian through the massive crowd and towards the city entrance with dumbfounded looks on their faces. Welcome to our city, sect elders and disciples of the Dragon Essence Temple. The guards greeted them in a respectful voice once they reached the front. Chapter 187, Splitting the Rooms. Don't mind us too much. We're only here because of the Zither competition that'll be held in this city, Elder Xian said to the guards with a friendly expression. Of course, the majority of people coming to the city these past few days are only here for the competition. Are you going to be participating, or are you just spectating, seniors? The guard then asked. My disciples will be participating in the Zither competition, Elder Xian responded. I see. Then please accept this. It's a small gift from our city for those that'll be participating in the competition. The guard suddenly showed them a small golden medallion, and he continued, if you head to the Royal Blossom Hotel and show them this token, you'll receive rooms to reside until you decide to leave the city, free of charge, of course. Oh, that's very generous of this city. I'll be sure to thank the Lord of this place when I get the chance, Elder Xian said with a smile on his face. Thank you, Senior. The guard bowed to him respectfully. Of course, the city doesn't hand out these tokens to just anybody that decides to participate in the competition like candies, and only prestigious or powerful backgrounds like the Dragon Essence Temple would receive them, especially if their Grand Elder is there. After accepting the golden medallion, Elder Xian entered the city of the others. Did you already reserve a hotel for us, Elder Sean? If you haven't, we can head to the Royal Blossom Hotel for our rooms, since it'll be difficult for us to find empty rooms right now. Elder Xian asked her. Follow current novels on lighten/uvel/p/ub/com. Of course I did. I am not incompetent. However, the Royal Blossom Hotel is definitely a much nicer place than the hotel ID reserved, so we can act as though I didn't reserve us any rooms. Elder Sean said, dumbfounding them. Very well. Since that's the case, we'll head to the Royal Blossom Hotel instead. Elder Xian said. Then follow me. I am pretty familiar with this city since I've been here a few times, Elder Sean said as she took back the lead from Elder Xian and began leading the others to the Royal Blossom Hotel. Wow, look at that group of fairies. I have never seen such beautiful women in my life. Damn, I would not ask for anything else in my life if I could have a woman that's even half as pretty as one of them. The pedestrians in the city stopped whatever they were doing to stare at Elder Sean and the female disciples with bewitched expressions on their dazed faces after noticing their presence. Why don't you try approaching them? Maybe you'll get lucky. Are you nuts? Look at their uniforms. They're from the Dragon Essence Temple, and judging by their aura, they're definitely powerful experts. If you don't cherish your life, go ahead and approach them. Sometime later, Elder Sean stopped walking in front of this tall and massive building that not only occupied the entire street, but was also surrounded by beautiful cherry blossoms. The source of this content is lig/tno/velpub/com. Wow, what a beautiful place. Yuan mumbled with a dazed look on his face, feeling mesmerized by the cherry blossoms. After standing outside for a few moments to admire the beautiful trees, Elder Sean entered the building with the others. Welcome to the Royal Blossom Hotel, esteemed guests from the Dragon Essence Temple. A dozen servants greeted them the moment they entered the building, almost like the hotel was expecting their arrival. Elder Sean didn't act too surprised about this and showed them the medallion. How many rooms do we get with this? Elder Sean asked them afterward. One of the workers there immediately responded. Normally, you'll be allowed to have up to 5 rooms, but due to the upcoming competition that has caused an influx of guests, we are only able to spare 2 rooms. However, each room can accommodate up to 4 people. We apologize for the inconvenience. You don't need to apologize. We can't complain about something that's given to us for free, after all. Elder Sean said. She then turned to look at Yuan and the others. Visit lightnov/lpub.com for the best novel reading experience. Let's see. We have 6 of us, but only 2 rooms. 2 male and 4 females. I guess it's obvious how we should split the rooms. Elder Sean then pointed at the female disciples and said, the 3 of you can stay in one room, and I'll stay with Elder Xian and Disciple Yuan. Everybody there stared at Elder Sean with gawking expressions. Ahem. Elder Xian cleared his throat a moment later and said, Elder Sean, wouldn't it make more sense if you joined the 3 female disciples instead of joining us? 2 men? After all, each room can fit 4 people. Why force 4 people into a single room when we can share the rooms evenly and have more space? This is a no-brainer. Elder Sean responded in a clear voice, her beautiful face void of even the slightest sign of shame or embarrassment, and she continued, and I don't mind sharing a room with you too, since I'm confident that nothing will happen. Are you sure about that? While I'm also confident that neither of us will do anything, I cannot say the same for you, Elder Sean. Elder Xian said with narrowed eyes. But since you want to share the rooms evenly, my granddaughter can stay in the same room as us. Elder Sean's eyebrows twitched after hearing Elder Xian's comeback. Meanwhile, Xian Wuhan's heart throbbed with excitement, and she could already imagine sleeping in the same room as Yuan, perhaps even in the same bed. The source of this content is /lightnov/lpu/b. Come, why are you making this so difficult, Elder Xian? Just let the disciples be together. However, since Disciple Yuan cannot sleep with the others for obvious reasons, he can stay with us, the elders. Elder Sean said after a moment of silence. Elder Xian raised his eyebrows and said in a casual voice, "Why not? It's not like this is their first time sleeping in the same place, anyways." What did you just say? Elder Shan's eyes immediately widened with shock, and she stared at Elder Xian with disbelief on her face. Chapter 188. Did you two already do that together? What do you mean it's not their first time sleeping together, Elder Xian? Elder Shan suddenly stepped forward aggressively, looking like she wanted to grab Elder Xian by the collars and shake him violently. However, Elder Shan resisted her urges and stopped after her first step, yet her gaze still stared daggers at Elder Xian, almost like she was demanding an answer. A slight smile appeared on Elder Xian's as he shook his head, and then he said, "Calm down, Elder Shan. He'll explain." Thus, in order to calm Elder Shan down, Elder Xian explained the whole situation regarding Fei Yuan staying at Yuan's living quarters so they can practice more conveniently. Elder Shan turned to look at Fei Yuan with disbelief on her face after hearing the whole story and finally understanding the situation. "Why you? Unbelievable. How could you not tell your own master about this? We're going to have a little talk later, just you and me," Elder Shan said to her, clearly upset about Fei Yuan's actions for some reason. "Yes, master," Fei Yuan responded with a nod before sighing inwardly. "This is exactly why I didn't want to tell you about staying at Yuan's house. Senior Shan, if you're worried about disciple Fei breaking the sect rule, rest assured, since we had received Elder Xian's permission," Yuan said to Elder Shan afterward, worried that disciple Fei might get scolded because of some misunderstanding. A bittersweet smile appeared on Elder Shan's face after seeing Yuan's innocent face, and she said, "Don't worry, disciple Yuan. Neither of you is in trouble, nor is this about breaking the sect rules." Is that so?" Yuan nodded, feeling relieved that it wasn't about breaking the sect rules. Updated from Light Novel Pub. Anyway, I want to allow disciple Yuan to sleep in the same room with the female disciples while I am here, so he'll be sleeping with us," Elder Shan said in a clear voice with an adamant look on her face. Elder Xian shook his head inwardly. Knowing Elder Shan's stubbornness and without any assistance from the other elders, Elder Xian knew that it was near impossible to change her mind. "Fine, you can stay with us," Elder Xian mumbled in a tired-sounding voice afterward. Xian Wuhan felt her heart drop after hearing this, as it meant that she'll no longer be able to sleep with Yuan in the same room, much less the same bed. While she wanted to complain, she didn't want to sound desperate, and she was not as shameless as Elder Shan. Meanwhile, the workers in the hotel stood there with dumbfounded looks on their faces as they witnessed this spectacle that would have done great as a romantic comedy. Please, allow me to show you the rooms," one of the servants there said to them after their little show was over. Sometime later, the servant led them to the 4th floor and showed them the last 2 rooms in the hallway. "These will be your rooms, esteemed guests. If you wish to stay even after the competition, there will definitely be more available rooms, since those who came for the competition usually leave immediately afterward. The source of this content is /lee/gitnovelp/com, and here are the keys to your rooms." Once the servant left the scene, Elder Shan handed one of the 2 keys to Fei Yuan and said, "You girls can do whatever you want for the rest of today and tomorrow. Just make sure you're back in the hotel before midnight so we know you're safe." Immediately after hearing Elder Shan's words, Fei Yuan looked at Yuan and asked him, "Disciple Yuan, do you want to look at Zither with me? I know this large musical store that not only displays powerful Zither, but they also sell them." "Really? I want to go." Yuan immediately nodded. "He'll go as well," Xian Wuhan said. "Me too," Minli also said. "Wait a second. Before you go, let me speak with you real quick, Disciple Fei," Elder Shan suddenly said. "He'll be right back," Fei Yuan said to them before following Elder Shan into one of the rooms. Once they were inside, Elder Shan silently stared at Fei Yuan with narrowed eyes. Follow current novels on lig/tnav/lpub. // come after a few moments of awkward silence that felt like an hour for Fei Yuan. Elder Shan opened her mouth and spoke in a serious voice. Did you two already do that together? That? Fei Yuan raised her eyebrows with a puzzled look on her face, as she was too nervous to think properly right now. Do you really need me to spell it out for you? Elder Shan shook her head, and she continued, I'm talking about that. You lived at his house for almost an entire week, right? Surely you must had EX already. SSS. EX? Fei Yuan took a step back from shock, and she stared at Elder Shan with disbelief on her face. How can a beautiful woman like Elder Shan mention such a vulgar word so casually? We didn't do anything like that. Fei Yuan quickly refuted after coming back to her senses. What? You haven't? Really? You're not lying to me, right? There's no way a woman and man at your age would be able to live together without doing anything. Elder Shan said, doubting her. What kind of woman do you think I am, Master? There's no way I would do something like that with someone I just met. Furthermore, Disciple Yuan wouldn't lay a hand on me even if I am completely vulnerable. He's too kind and innocent. Fei Yuan said, I don't believe it. All men are beasts by nature. If you let your guard down, they'll immediately try to take advantage of you. And I doubt Yuan is any different. Tempt him enough, and hell reveal his true nature. This is my experience with men after living for over 300 years. Elder Shan said, clearly having some sort of resentment towards men. Follow current novels on Light Novel Pub. Master, you make it sound like Disciple Yuan is a bad guy, yet you'd insisted on sleeping in the same room as him and Elder Shan. That doesn't make any sense, Fei Yuan said, leaving Elder Shan speechless for a moment. Chapter 189 Instrument Store. After a moment of silence, Elder Shan cleared her throat and said, While that is true, have you forgotten who I am? As a sect elder, there are risks I must take, and I am very confident that I can protect myself. After all, I have managed to protect myself for over 300 years in this world dominated by beasts. Fei Yuan looked at her with her eyebrows raised, unsure of what to think at this moment. Anyway, you are lucky that Disciple Yuan is a good kid, or your maiden status would have been revoked during your first night together. Elder Shan then said, before quickly changing the subject. By the way, do you have feeling for Disciple Yuan? Do you like him? I like him. Fei Yuan's jaw dropped slightly. Why does Elder Shan care so much about their relationship? She's usually not such a busybody, and it was almost like she's jealous of them or something. While I respect Disciple Yuan, even admire him for his talents, so I definitely like him, but I don't think it's that sort of like Master is thinking about. I think, Fei Yuan responded after a moment of silence. Why do you ask, Master? Fei Yuan decided to ask her. No reason, really. I was just curious since this is my first time seeing you so close to a man, almost intimately. Elder Shan said, and she continued, since you don't have any serious feelings for him, nor did anything really happen between you two, I guess there's no need for us to continue the conversation any longer. Let's go. You want to go to the music shop, right? You're coming with us, Master? Fei Yuan asked her with a surprised look. Follow current novels on Light/Novel Pub. Of course. I have a duty to protect Disciple Yuan. If anything happens to him, the sect master will have my head. Elder Shan said, just who is Disciple Yuan, and why is the sect so protective of him? Fei Yuan asked. However, Elder Shan shook her head and said, even if you are my disciple, I am not allowed to tell you. But you're a smart girl, so you'll most likely figure it out without me. And if you can wait a few more weeks, you'll know exactly why the sect treasures Disciple Yuan so much. A few more weeks? Fei Yuan immediately pondered. The first thing that appeared in her mind after hearing Elder Shan's words was the Mystic Realm, one of the biggest events occurring in the lower heavens this year, and coincidentally, it's only a few weeks away. Don't tell me. Disciple Yuan, he's going to participate in the Mystic Realm? Fei Yuan couldn't help but ask. Elder Shan merely smiled at Fei Yuan's guess without replying or confirming it. I see. So, Disciple Yuan's going to be participating in the Mystic Realm. Fei Yuan thought to herself after seeing Elder Shan smile. Sometime later, they left the room and regrouped with the others. For more, visit lightnovel/pub/com. Are we ready to go? Yuan asked them afterward. Yes, let's go. Fei Yiyan nodded before taking the lead. Meanwhile, Yuan and the other two ladies followed her. As for Elder Xian and Elder Shan, they also followed, but they distanced themselves a little bit more to give the disciples more room, almost like guardians looking over them from behind. Are you really trying to start something with Disciple Yuan, or are you only teasing him? Elder Xian asked her as they followed the disciples through the street. I have no idea what you're talking about. Elder Shan responded in a nonchalant manner. I know you dislike men because of your experience with them when you were young, but not every man out there is like that, and Disciple Yuan is certainly one of those people on the likable side. I haven't known him for too long, but I can tell that he's a genuine person just from the few conversations we had with each other. I know that. You don't have to tell me. Elder Shan said, still with an unreadable expression on her face. For more, visit lightnovel.pub.com. Then what is your deal? You dislike men, yet you enjoy seducing them knowing full well it won't result in anything. That's very misleading and confusing. Or is this your way of revenge to make up for all of the trouble you'd encountered in the past? Elder Xian sighed. Perhaps. Perhaps not. Elder Shan mumbled. Elder Xian shook his head, but he didn't continue questioning her and left it as it is since it wasn't his business, and as long as it doesn't affect the Dragon Essence Temple, Elder Shan can mislead as many young men as she wants. Sometime later, they arrive at this large store with gentle music playing somewhere in the background. This sounds like a flute, Yuan mumbled after hearing this sharp and crisp sound. Let's go inside, Fei Yiyan said to them as she entered the shop. Welcome to our store, Divine Melody. How may I help you today, esteemed guest from the Dragon Essence Temple? One of the workers there immediately recognized their background and approached them. We're only here to look around, said Fei Yiyan. I understand. Please take as long as you need. There's a small map over there if you're looking for a specific instrument. If you need anything, just speak to anyone wearing this uniform and they'll be able to assist you. This content is taken from Light Novel Pub. Once the worker left them alone, Fei Yiyan said, What do you want to see first, Disciple Yuan? I don't know. I'm fine with anything, really. Yuan said. Fei Yiyan nodded. Okay, then follow me. They'll just take you around the store. Wow, this must be the instrument that's being played right now, Yuan said after they entered a certain room in the store. You mean the dizzy? They are flutes usually made from bamboo, Fei Yiyan said as they stood before a display case that had a beautiful green flute with 10 holes in it. After spending a few minutes in the dizzy session, Fei Yiyan led them into another room that showcased a different instrument that resembled guitars in Yuan's world. Chapter 190 Spirit Stones. What is this instrument called? Yuan asked after seeing the instrument that resembled a guitar. This instrument is called a pipa, Fei Yiyan quickly responded. A pipa, huh? I wonder if it functions similar to the guitar. Yuan wondered to himself as they wandered around the room, admiring the beautifully crafted instruments inside the display case. After spending a couple of minutes in the pipa room, they went to another room. This instrument resembles a violin. Yuan mumbled after seeing this mallet-shaped instrument with a thin handle, and there was even a bow beside it exactly like a violin. I have never heard of a violin, but this instrument is called an eru. You place it on your thighs and use that bow to play the strings. Fei Yiyan briefly explained to him. I see. Yuan nodded. Sometime later, they left the room with eru and entered the last room in the building. Do you recognize these instruments, Disciple Yuan? Fei Yiyan asked him in a sarcastic voice inside the room, filled with nothing but zither. Yuan smiled and played along with her. I don't know, but they seem very familiar. For more, visit /lightnovelpub/com. Anyway, look at this zither over here. Fei Yiyan then pointed at the zither in one of the display cases and continued. This is a heaven-grade zither made from ice jade, a very rare material, and rumor has it that it was once owned by the Zither goddess. The name of this zither is Eternal Imprisonment. Zither goddess? What kind of person is this Zither goddess? Yuan asked, feeling more interested in the individual than the Zither. The number one Zither expert in this world. If the Zither goddess claims to be the second best Zither player in this world, nobody would dare to claim first. There are even legends of the Zither goddess creating life and stars with her Zither music. Creating life with music? I cannot imagine such a thing. Yuan shook his head. That's just a legend. But if the Zither goddess is real, I'd love to meet someone like her. Fei Yuan sighed with a longing feeling in her eyes. Perhaps Yuan might become the Zither god one day, Xian Wuhan suddenly said in a joking tone. The Zither god. Fei Yuan looked at Yuan with a weird expression on her face, mostly because she was trying to imagine Yuan as the Zither god. But alas, she could not put together such an image no matter how much she tried. Anyway, let's continue looking around. After we finish seeing these rooms, we could take a look at their store and see if there's anything to buy. Fei Yuan said. They returned to looking at Zither a moment later, while Fei Yuan gave Yuan brief history lessons on almost all of the Zither there. New novel chapters are published on lightnov/lpub/. If Fei Yuan changed her disciple uniforms to one of the uniforms in this place, the guests would never realize it. Sometime later, Fei Yuan brought them out of the Zither room before taking them to this massive courtyard behind the store. Inside the courtyard, there were about a dozen display cases placed in an orderly fashion, and inside these display cases were instruments with a price tag. Yuan approached one of these display cases that was showcasing a black-colored dizzy. Black sparrow flute. Grade, earth, quality. Hi. Description. A bamboo flute made of black bamboo found in the black sparrow forest. Price, 5 million gold coins or 500 spirit stones. Follow current novels on l/iton/ovalpub. F 5 million gold? Yuan's jaw dropped slightly after seeing the price tag. Wow, it's pretty cheap, especially since it's a high-quality Earth-grade treasure. Fei Yuan appeared behind Yuan and said, "This is cheap?" Yuan raised his eyebrows, and he asked a moment later, "By the way, what are spirit stones?" Spirit stones are a major cultivation resource for cultivators, and not only can they be used as currency, but a single one of them is worth about 10,000 gold coins. However, people still prefer trading with gold coins since they'd rather use spirit stones to improve their cultivation. Fei Yuan explained to him. "I see." Yuan nodded. "If this was a Zither, I would have probably bought it, but alas, I don't play the dizzy." Fei Yuan shook her head at the black sparrow flute before walking to the next display case that was showcasing another high-quality Earth-grade treasure, a red-colored pipa with a price tag of 8 million gold coins or 800 spirit stones. A few minutes later, Fei Yuan sighed loudly. How unfortunate. There's not a single Zither instrument being sold today. The last time I was here, there were 3 of them being sold. Is this everything to see in this place? Where should we go next? There's still plenty of time. Xian Wuhan said. Who said we're done here? There's still one more place in this store that I want to show you, especially Disciple Yuan. Fei Yuan said, while looking at Yuan with a mysterious smile on her face. Follow current novels on Light Novelpub. Come with me, she said before walking off on her own. Seeing this, Yuan quickly followed her, and the others followed him. A couple of minutes later, they arrive at this mysterious and silent place with 2 guards standing beside this door that emitted an ominous feeling, both of them peak spirit warriors. Where are we? I don't think we're supposed to be here, Xian Wuhan said to Fei Yuan. Of course, this is not a place for the public. Only those that placed top 10 in the previous Zither competition can come here, and since ID placed 7th, I'm allowed to go inside. However, I can only bring one person along with me, and he'll be bringing Disciple Yuan. That's not fair. Xian Wuhan immediately complained. If you can play the Zither even half as decent as Disciple Yuan, I might consider bringing you inside later. Otherwise, it'd be just a waste of my time and effort. Fei Yuan shook her head. You? Xian Wuhan narrowed her eyes at Fei Yuan, but alas, she couldn't play the Zither at all. Fei Yuan no longer paid attention to Xian Wuhan and turned to look at Yuan. Follow current novels on lig/tnovelpub//com. Follow me, she said to him. Chapter 191, Soul, Ensnaring Zither. Sometime later, Yuan followed Fei Yuyan and approached the guards with her. "Welcome, Fairy Fei." The guards immediately recognized her beautiful appearance. "It's been a while, you too. I would like to go inside with a friend today," Fei Yuyan said to them. The guards turned to look at Yuan's masked face, but since he was wearing the Dragon Essence Temple's uniforms, they didn't bother to question his identity. "Understand. You have an hour instead." The guards opened the door until there was just enough room for one of them to walk inside. Once they were inside, the guards closed the heavy doors shut. "Do you come here often?" Yuan asked her after they entered this empty but spacious room. "No, I've only been here 3 times since the last competition." Fei Yuyan shook her head. "Anyway, come look at this. New novel chapters are published on Light Novel Pub." Fei Yuyan suddenly grabbed Yuan's hands and dragged him towards the center of the room where a large white blanket was covering a round table alongside something else. "What do you think is underneath the blanket?" Fei Yuyan asked him after casually releasing his hand. Yuan looked at the familiar-looking shape and said, "Is it a zither?" Fei Yuyan nodded with a smile. "Correct." She then removed the blanket and said, "This is the soul ensnaring zither." Soul Ensnaring Zither? What an ominous name. Yuan mumbled as his gaze examined the black zither that had glistening strings like it was made out of clear crystals. "What are you talking about? It's a wonderful name. Legend says this zither can trap both human and magical bee souls with its music. That is, if you can play it," Fei Yuyan said. "What do you mean if you can play it?" Yuan asked her. Fei Yuyan did not immediately answer his question, and instead took a seat in front of the zither. Visit light/novelpub.com for the best novel reading experience. It'll be easier for me to show you instead of explaining it. After taking a deep breath, she placed her fingers onto the string and began playing the zither. However, to Yuan's surprise, the music notes coming from the zither were completely different from what had expected, and it sounded somewhat suppressed and muffled, almost like Fei Yuyan was playing the zither underwater or something. How could a perfect-looking zither play such a weird sound? Even the strings on the zither were shaking normally when moved, so such a sound shouldn't be possible. It didn't make any sense at all, and this is his first time seeing such a thing. "Do you understand now?" Fei Yuyan stopped playing a few moments later and looked at Yuan. However, Yuan shook his head and said, "I'm even more confused now. I don't see anything wrong with the zither." "That's because this zither is cursed," Fei Yuyan said. And she continued, "This zither used to be played by the zither goddess before she left here and left for the upper heavens, and not a single zither expert has been able to play it properly since then. What about the other zither that was used by her? Is that one also like this?" Yuan couldn't help but ask. "No, that one could be played properly. It's just this one that's unwilling to let others play." Fei Yuyan sighed. The source of this content is lightnovel/pub//com. How does that even work, though? Does the zither have a consciousness of its own? Like soul weapons? Fei Yuyan shrugged and said, "Nobody knows, really. This zither is neither a soul weapon nor a spiritual treasure. It's like a phenomenon." "I see," Yuan mumbled. "Do you want to try playing it?" Fei Yuyan suddenly asked him. "Can I really?" Yuan looked at her with wide eyes. Of course, Fei Yuyan nodded, and she continued, "The only reason this zither isn't in a display case is because the owner wants people to play it and hopefully actually be able to play it properly. Then why not open this place up to the public?" Yuan raised his eyebrows. "If not even experts can play it, what makes you think normal people will?" Fei Yuyan shook her head. "Anyway, go ahead and try it. Who knows? Maybe you're the one the zither has been waiting for." The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel Pub//com. Fei Yuyan then stood up to let Yuan sit down. After taking a seat, Yuan stared at the zither in silence without actually playing it. Taking a deep breath, Yuan slowly raised his hands into the air before placing it onto the zither and playing it. So even he cannot play it, huh? Why did I have a feeling that maybe he could? Fei Yuyan thought to herself as the muffled noises returned. To Fei Yuyan's surprise, even Yuan was unable to play the zither. Yuan stopped playing after pulling a couple of strings and returned to staring at it in silence. A few minutes later, Yuan suddenly began playing the zither again, but alas, the results were the same, with the music notes sounding muffled and suppressed. However, Yuan didn't stop playing the zither regardless, and continued to play it until he played an entire song. The source of this content is lightno/ve//opub.com. There's no point, disciple Yuan. The zither won't suddenly start working even if you play a dozen songs. Many zither experts have tried the same, with some playing even hundreds of songs. Fei Yuan said to him afterward. Let me play a few more songs to be certain, Yuan said, and he quickly returned to playing the cursed zither again. After playing his second song, Yuan immediately continued onto the third, then the fourth and fifth. On his sixth song, Yuan suddenly closed his eyes while his fingers continued to move. Fei Yuyan raised her eyebrows after seeing this. How is closing your eyes going to help? She wondered. However, unbeknownst to Fei Yuyan, Yuan closed his eyes not because he wanted to try something new. Instead, just like what happened to the Tablet of Comprehension, Yuan had unconsciously closed his eyes and suddenly found himself in an unfamiliar place. However, instead of a starry scenery, Yuan was inside a pavilion while surrounded by water, almost like the Dragon Pavilion where he met Fei Yuyan for the first time. The most up-to-date novels are published on l/i/knovelpu/b. Counting suddenly, a heavenly noise resounded in Yuan's ears, causing him to turn around. And to his surprise, there was a young lady with otherworldly beauty sitting behind him with the soul ensnaring Zither in front of her. Chapter 192 Zither Goddess. Ting, 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 this unknown beauty continued to play the zither despite Yuan's sudden appearance, and Yuan stood there silently to listen to her music, feeling as though every music note was pulling his heartstrings alongside something he couldn't really pinpoint, his soul. After an unknown amount of time has passed, the beauty finally stopped playing the music before placing her hands on her lap and turning to look at Yuan with her beautiful eyes that resembled jewels. What do you think of my music? She suddenly asked him, her clear voice sounding as beautiful as the zither music, if not even more pleasant sounding. Yuan snapped out of his daze after hearing her words, and he quickly uttered in a dazed voice, It's wonderful. I have never heard of anything like your music before, nor could I have imagined that music would be able to reach such a level. If someone like this beauty had existed in his world, it would have definitely made his professional life more exciting, and the musical world would have also been much more lively. The beauty smiled at his words, and then she spoke. Do you know why you're here? Yuan quickly shook his head. Because you have the potential to play music at the same level as me, if not even better, she said. The soul ensnaring zither. I have treated this instrument as though it was my own baby ever since I received it as a birthday present from my parents who unfortunately passed away shortly later. The source of this content is Light Novel Pub. C/////om. Then you're the Zither Goddess? Yuan asked her with slightly wide eyes. The Zither Goddess, huh? I guess you can call me that since that's what everybody addresses me as. Not that ID asked for such a nickname. If you don't mind me asking, why did you decide to leave behind the soul ensnaring Zither? I don't know how long it has been since you left the lower heavens, but I could still clearly sense a lonely feeling from the Zither when I saw it. Yuan couldn't help but ask. It's important to you, right? Why would you leave something so precious and with so much memory behind? The Zither Goddess turned to look at the black Zither in silence before speaking a moment later. Because I wanted to quit playing the Zither. Quit the Zither? Why? Yuan looked at her with wide eyes filled with surprise, as he didn't expect such an answer from her. However, the Zither Goddess did not respond to his question. Instead, she asked him, Do you want to play this Zither? I do. But no matter how much I tried, I just couldn't get the sound out properly, he said. Hearing his words, the Zither goddess moved slightly to the side and said, "Come, sit here. They'll teach you how to play this Zither." The source of this content is /lightnovelpub. Come, really? Yuan did not hesitate and quickly went to sit beside her. The Zither goddess chuckled in a graceful manner before saying, "The soul ensnaring Zither is a unique instrument that can only be played with the proper technique, and I will teach you this technique right now. Go ahead, try to play it." Yuan nodded and began playing the Zither shortly later. However, the Zither still played muffled noises. "Don't mind it and continue playing it," the Zither goddess said to him. Yuan nodded and focused on playing the Zither despite showing no signs of progress. Sometime later, the Zither goddess suddenly moved, and to Yuan's surprise, she had placed her fair hands onto his hand without disturbing his movements, almost like their hands had become one, and she began guiding them as though they were her own hands. Visit l/itnovelp/com for the best novel reading experience. A few minutes later, the muffled sound coming from the Zither suddenly changed. Ting! Although it wasn't as crisp and heavenly sounding as the sound produced by the Zither goddess, Yuan had still managed to play a clear sound with the Zither. "You're a quick learner," the Zither goddess suddenly said to him. "But you're the one controlling my hands," Yuan said with an awkward smile on his face. "That's what it may look like from your perspective, but this is actually all your own doing. I am merely teaching you the technique, and you're the one that's learning and comprehending it." Yuan nodded and continued to concentrate on playing the Zither. In just a few more minutes of practice, Yuan had managed to not only capture the essence of the technique, but also incorporate his own techniques into it, creating a whole new technique out of it. This greatly shocked the Zither goddess, who did not expect him to learn the Zither art so quickly, much less create his own technique off of it. For more, visit lig/ht/novelpub/c/om. This young man is a true music prodigy. If only I had met him while I was still in the lower heavens, she sighed inwardly, feeling profound regret that she couldn't have a rival like Yuan in her era. Meanwhile, outside Yuan's mind, Fei Yuan stared at Yuan with her eyes as wide as saucers. He's playing the Zither. He's actually playing the Zither. Fei Yuan cried inwardly as Yuan unconsciously played the Zither exactly the same way he was inside his mind, producing heavenly sounds that resembled the Zither goddess music. "How'd he do it? I can't believe it. I want to ask him, but I don't dare to disturb him." Fei Yuan continued to cry inside her mind, feeling as though her soul was being pulled out of her body by Yuan's heavenly performance. Sometime later, Yuan suddenly stopped playing the Zither, and he turned to look at the heavenly beauty sitting right beside him before asking, "What is the name of this Zither art?" A weird smile appeared on the Zither goddess' face, and she responded, "My Zither art has no name, and since you've made it your own unique technique, you can name it yourself." After taking a moment to think, Yuan then said with a handsome smile on his face, "Since I learned it from you, I shall call it the Zither goddess Ethereal arts." Chapter 193, Zither Goddesses, Ethereal Arts. Zither Goddess Ethereal Art, huh? Are you sure that you want to name it after me? The Zither Goddess asked him afterward. Yuan nodded. "I'm sure." The Zither Goddess smiled, and then she said, "There is nothing left for me to teach you, and I hope you get to meet the real me outside one day. Perhaps you might be able to reignite my passion for the Zither once again. Until then, Zither God." What did you just call me? Yuan's eyes widened with surprise when the Zither goddess suddenly called him the Zither god. But alas, before he could get an answer, the scenery changed, and the young lady with otherworldly beauty disappeared from his sight. Yuan slowly opened his eyes, and he could still see the soul ensnaring Zither before him. However, the Zither goddess was nowhere to be seen, and he could only see Fei Yuan's shocked face beside him. Visit lig/tnav/elpu/b.com for the best novel reading experience. Meanwhile, two system announcements appeared back to back for the players to see. What the heck? You can create your own skills in this game. The players around the world were baffled by this new discovery. How does one even create their own skill? Disciple Yuan. Fei Yuan suddenly spoke in a loud voice filled with excitement after she snapped out her days. Why you did it? You actually managed to play the soul ensnaring Zither. Yuan raised his eyebrows. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel Pub. He then turned to look at the soul ensnaring Zither for a moment before reaching for one of the strings. Ting, a heavenly sound echoed in the small room after Yuan pulled the string with the Zither goddess Ethereal arts in mind. How did you do it? What's the secret to playing this Zither? I also want to try playing it. Fei Yuan suddenly approached him with anticipation in her eyes. I'm not sure how to explain it, but you need a certain technique to play this Zither, and I don't know if I can teach you this technique since even I don't know how it works. If I could teach you, I would definitely do it in a heartbeat. Yuan said. Is that so? Fei Yuan sighed in a dejected manner. A few moments of silence later, she continued. Anyway, now that we know you can play this Zither, we must let the owner of the Zither know, so he can give you the Zither. Wait, I can keep a Zither if I can play it? Yuan said with a dumbfounded look on his face. According to the owner of the Zither, he will be willing to give the Zither to whoever can play it properly. After all, what's the point of keeping something that cannot be played? Might as well give it to someone who can actually use it, Fei Yuan said to him. This content is taken from lightnovel//pub. Where can we find this person? Yuan asked, mostly because he also wanted to keep the soul ensnaring Zither. He's actually in this city. We can make an appointment with him today and meet him tomorrow, Fei Yuan said. Then that's what we shall do. Yuan nodded. A few moments later, Yuan left the room with Fei Yuan, leaving the soul ensnaring Zither behind. Hey, let Senior Zou know that we'll be visiting him tomorrow, Fei Yuan said to the guards outside. The guards looked at her with raised eyebrows. Fei Yuan then pointed at Yuan and said with a beautiful smile on her face, We've finally found the person who can play the soul ensnaring Zither. What? Is that true? New novel chapters are published on lightnov/pub/com. Both guards shouted simultaneously. Fei Yuan nodded with a prideful expression on her face, acting like she was the one who can play the Zither. That's right. I will let Master Zou know about this. Please go see him tomorrow. This is huge news. Master Zou will be exhilarated to hear this. Sometime later, Fei Yuan and Yuan returned to the other side. What happened? Xian Wuhan asked them after they returned. Nothing much, Fei Yuan said with a mysterious smile on her face. She then turned to look at Elder Shan and said, Master, Yuan and I must visit Senior Zou tomorrow. The Zither Master, Senior Zou? Why? Elder Shan asked with slightly wide eyes. Follow current novels on Light Novel Pub. Fei Yuan nodded. That's right. And it's related to the Zither. You'll understand tomorrow, Master. You can't tell us now. Elder Xian raised his eyebrows. It ruined the fun. Fei Yuan giggled. Anyways, we're done here. Let's walk around the city until it's time to retire for the night. Elder Xian and Elder Shan looked at each other with perplexed expressions on their faces, unsure of how they should feel about surprises when it's related to Yuan. Sometime later, Fei Yuan and the others began strolling through the city. And because of their prestigious uniforms that were easily recognizable, they encountered little to no trouble at all throughout their entire tour, with the exception of a few idiots that couldn't recognize their background and approach the ladies, hoping to gain something from it. But alas, the only thing these ignorant individuals got was cold and somewhat murderous glares from the three young ladies. Yuan and the others returned to the Royal Blossom Hotel after walking for a few hours. Meanwhile, at the Zou family's household, the two guards from the Divine Melody stood before an old man. This content is taken from lightnov/pub.com. Are you certain about this information? That someone who can play the soul ensnaring Zither has finally appeared? The old man, Senior Zou, asked for confirmation with a serious frown on his face. Although we didn't witness it for ourselves, There's no reason for Fairy Fei Yuyan to lie to us about such a matter, said one of the guards. Fei Yuyan, that young lady from the Dragon Essence Temple who placed 7th place last competition. Huh? Senior Zou caressed his long white beard with a profound look on his face. Chapter 194. What is this indescribable feeling? Although it was only briefly, I have spoken to the young lady known as Fei Yuyan before. A really talented and respectful girl. I cannot imagine someone like that lying about such a thing. What about the person who can supposedly play the soul Ensnaring Zither? Do you know anything about his background? Senior Zou asked the 2 guards. No, Master Zou. That person was wearing a black jade mask, so we couldn't identify him. However, he was wearing the Dragon Essence Temple's disciple uniform, so we can only assume that he's a disciple there. Senior Zou nodded after a moment of silence, and then he said to the 2 guards, bring the soul Ensnaring Zither here. I'll see for myself whether this mysterious individual can really play the Zither once owned by the Zither goddess. Meanwhile, at the Royal Blossom Hotel, Elder Shan said to the 3 female disciples, we'll see you all tomorrow morning. The female disciples stood outside their own room with reluctant expressions on their faces, clearly unhappy about how the room had been split. However, Elder Shan ignored them and said to Yuan, let's go to our room. After opening the door, Elder Shan grabbed Yuan's hand and forcefully pulled him into the room. Gee, Grandpa, you must protect Yuan from Elder Shan, Xian Wuhan said to Elder Xian with a serious and nervous look on her face. A bittersweet smile appeared on Elder Xian's face as he said, don't worry, Elder Shan won't do anything to disciple Yuan even if I'm not there. She's always like this, but nothing really ever happens. That's just Elder Shan for you. Even if you say that, I am not convinced. Just keep an eye on Yuan until tomorrow morning, Grandpa. Xian Wuhan urged him. Follow current novels on lightnov/pub. Calm, you don't have to keep repeating it. Sect elders are not allowed to be in a relationship with the disciples, anyway. Therefore, you can rest assured and go to sleep. Elder Xian said. If you say so. Xian Wuhan and the other 2 girls went into their room sometime later, whilst Elder Xian entered his own room. Elder Shan is so shameless. How can she act so TTY before a disciple, if she doesn't intend on doing anything? Xian Wuhan complained out loud the moment their door closed shut. Although my master has her own flaws, don't you dare address her with such a vulgar word. Disciple Xian. Fei Yuyan immediately frowned, feeling an obligation to protect Elder Shan's image as her disciple. Minli shook her head at them, and she proceeded to enter one of the 2 available beds to sleep, completely ignoring the other 2 while they continued to argue with each other. Meanwhile, in the other room, Elder Shan said to Yuan, you will be sleeping in the same bed with me tonight, disciple Yuan. Yuan looked at the alluring smile on Elder Shan's face with raised eyebrows. And then he said, it's fine, Senior Shan. You can keep the bed to yourself. I won't be needing a bed, anyway. Follow current novels on l/i/no/velpub/. Calm what? Then where are you going to sleep? The floor? We cannot have that. Elder Shan said. There's a second bed in this room, you know? Elder Xian said to Elder Shan after shutting the door. Yuan then said, no, that's not it. I will be logged off, so I don't need any bed. Logged off. Elder Shan looked at Yuan with her slender eyebrows raised in a puzzled manner, as this is her first time hearing of such a term. Yes, that's why you can keep the bed to yourself. Anyway, it's time for dinner. We'll be back in the morning. Good night, seniors. After saying that, Yuan logged off the game, disappearing from their sights. What? Where'd he go? Elder Shan mumbled in a dazed voice. Even Elder Xian was baffled by Yuan's sudden disappearance. However, before they could think too much about the situation, like some kind of phenomenon, both Elder Xian and Elder Shan suddenly stopped caring about the matter. New novel chapters are published on lighten/ovalpub/. Come, am going to cultivate. If you even dare to try anything funny, It'll make you regret it. Elder Shan said to Elder Xian as she sat on the bed in the lotus position and closed her eyes. Elder Xian shook his head and said, "My wife may be dead, but my loyalty for her remains unwavering. I would never do anything to betray her in heaven." He then sat on the bed in the opposite direction and also closed his eyes to cultivate. Elder Shan did not say anything and remained silent. Meanwhile, after dinner was served, Yuan cleared his mind before he began to cultivate. However, to his surprise, he was unable to clear his mind as the sound of the Zither goddess music lingered inside his head. Zither goddess. For some reason, Yuan could feel his heart beating faster when he recalled Zither goddess' flawless appearance, who was, without doubt, one of the most beautiful women he has ever seen in his life, with a mysterious beauty during his character evaluation being another flawless beauty. Visit Light Novel Pub.com for the best novel reading experience. However, even though the beauty during the character evaluation was very beautiful, Yuan didn't feel any different after meeting her, unlike the Zither goddess, who would cause his heart to flutter whenever the image of her face appears inside his mind. What is this indescribable feeling? Yuan couldn't help but feel a little worried, wondering if there was something wrong with his body, or even worse, his heart. "I cannot cultivate while my mind is like this. I should get some sleep." Yuan sighed inwardly before giving up cultivation for the night. Of course, it was still difficult for Yuan to fall asleep, as Zither goddess' beautiful face and gentle smile would remain in his head and refuse to leave for pretty much half of the night. And even when Yuan managed to fall asleep after much difficulty, Zither goddess would still show up in his dream to play the zither with him until he was woken up by Uro for breakfast. Chapter 195, Qi Manifestation. What a weird dream, Yuan thought to himself after waking up. However, for some reason, he felt a little bit sad that had woken up, almost like he wanted to continue dreaming and playing the zither with Zither goddess. I wonder if I'll be able to play the zither with the real person if I go to the upper heavens. Yuan sighed inwardly, feeling a strong desire to meet Zither goddess. After breakfast, Uro said, "Brother, the zither competition is tomorrow, right?" "Yes, that's right. Are you making your way to the location yet?" "I'm already there. We arrived yesterday." "I see. By the way, I need some help getting out of the city. I haven't logged in since we last played together, but my permit will have long expired when I log in next time, and I don't want to be punished for staying longer than I was permitted." Uro said, "Oh, right. I had forgotten about that." Yuan mumbled, and then he said, "Don't worry. They'll send Fei over to help you when you decide to log in. The most up-to-date novels are published on l/i/tnovelpub. Come, okay. Thank you." Sometime later, Yuan returned to the game. "Welcome back, Disciple Yuan." Elder Shan opened her eyes the moment she felt Yuan's presence suddenly appear in the room. "I am back, Senior Shan." Right as Yuan opened his mouth, Elder Shan suddenly reached for his arms before pulling him onto the bed. "As Senior Shan," Yuan spoke in a startled voice when Elder Shan suddenly embraced him on the bed, treating him like some sort of pillow. "How could you let a beautiful young woman like me stay in the same room as some old man for the entire night? It's like you don't care at all." Elder Shan sighed out loud. Elder Xian's eyebrows twitched at her words, and he said, "I may be older than you, but to call yourself a young woman, that make me a middle-aged man, no?" However, Elder Shan ignored Elder Xian's words and continued to hug Yuan's body, even wrapping her legs around his legs. This content is taken from l/i/getnovelpub. Come, what do you think, Disciple Yuan? We can stay like this for as long as you'd like. Just give me the word." Elder Shan said with an alluring smile on her face. Bonk. Before Yuan could even respond, Elder Shan felt something hard hit her head. "Ah, how dare you hit me, Elder Xian?" Elder Shan shouted in a painful voice before turning to behind her. However, to her surprise, Elder Xian was still sitting on the bed and nowhere near her with a puzzled look on his face. "What do you mean? I never hit you." Elder Xian said with a dumbfounded look on his face, yet the pain in Elder Shan's expression looked genuine. "Then who hit me just now? Are you telling me a ghost did it?" Elder Sean did not believe Elder Xian. I really don't know what you're talking about, Elder Sean. You're claiming that ID hit you, but look at my hands. They're empty. Elder Xian showed her his hands. Elder Sean narrowed her eyes at him. It felt like someone had hit her head with something hard and solid, but there was no way Elder Xian could have hit her from so far away and then hide the weapon so quickly. So what happened just now? Did she imagine being hit? Did she imagine the pain? That's ridiculous no matter how she thought about it. For more, visit li/g/tnav/l/pub. However, since there was no evidence or explanation to the situation just now, Elder Sean decided to ignore it and return to focusing on Yuan. Well, what do you think, Disciple Yuan? I can teach you a lot of things. Bonk. After being hit the second time, Elder Sean immediately turned around to look at Elder Xian, who stared back at her with a gawking look on his face. Although he didn't see it at first, he definitely saw what happened the second time. Chi manifestation. Elder Xian mumbled in a shocked voice. What did you just say? Chi manifestation? Elder Sean looked at him with a frown on her face. Elder Xian nodded and said, I witnessed it with my own eyes just now. Someone had manifested their spiritual energy and hit your head with it. Visit lightno/velp/ub.com for the best novel reading experience. What? Elder Sean immediately sat up on the bed. Then she continued, How is that possible? Only cultivators at the level of Spirit Grandmaster can have the ability to manifest their spiritual energy outside their body. Why would someone like that attack me for no reason? Elder Xian then turned to look at Yuan. Perhaps there was a Spirit Grandmaster somewhere out there protecting Yuan, and this expert didn't like what Elder Sean was doing to him. It was at this moment, unbeknownst to Elder Xian or Yuan, a young voice suddenly resounded inside Elder Sean's head. Stop being so clingy with Brother Yuan. Xiao Hua's voice resounded, sounding a bit irritated and envious. Elder Sean turned to look at Yuan with wide eyes. Whose voice was that just now? Does Disciple Yuan have a sister at the Spirit Grandmaster level watching over him? I knew it. He's definitely from a very powerful family. Elder Sean thought to herself, feeling a little sweaty afterward. Anyway, let's go see if the other disciples are awake yet. Elder Sean then said, pretending as though everything was normal. Elder Xian watched as Elder Sean disappeared from the room with raised eyebrows, wondering what had happened just now. The most up-to-date novels are published on l/ai//novelpu/b. He then looked at Yuan, who looked as puzzled. Sometime later, they followed Elder Sean outside. Are you girls awake yet? Elder Sean knocked on the door. A few moments later, Minli opened the door and said, Good morning, Elder Sean, Elder Xian, and Disciple Yuan. Where's the other two? Elder Sean asked. Minli opened the door to show them inside the room, and both Xian Wuhan and Fei Yuyan could be seen still sleeping in their bed. They spent most of the night talking to each other, Minli said with a somewhat bitter smile on her face. Chapter 196 Senior Zou. Disciple Fei, Disciple Xian, wake up. Elder Sean walked into the room, shouting their name, startling them awake. Master, what are you doing in our room? Fei Yuan asked her with a drowsy face, clearly still half asleep. It's already morning. Aren't you going to meet with Master Zou today? Elder Sean reminded her. Fei Yuan's eyes widened when she noticed Yuan standing by the door, and she woke up almost instantly. I'm sorry. I overslept. Fei Yuan quickly got off the bed with a flushed face, feeling embarrassed to be seen in such a messy appearance by Yuan. Xian Wuhan also got off the bed and quickly fixed her appearance. Sometime later, Elder Sean asked them, Are you ready? Yes. Fei Yuan nodded. After the ladies fixed their appearances and washed their faces, they began making their way towards the Zou family's household that took almost 2 hours of walking. As they approached the Zou family, Yuan could hear many people playing the Zither, sounding somewhat in tune with each other. For more, visit lighten/ovalpub.com The Zou family have Zither lectures for those who wish to play the Zither, Fei Yuan said to Yuan after noticing that his interest was piqued. Let's go inside. A few moments later, they arrived at the gates, where a young guard stood. We're here to see Senior Zou. We've already notified him in advance that we'll be showing up today, Fei Yuan said to the guard, who was instantly dazed by her beauty. WW, what is your name? The guard asked her in a nervous voice. Fei Yuan. I will be right back. The guard turned around and ran away, acting like a shy boy running away from his crush. A few minutes later, the guard returned with an old man wearing white robes. Follow current novels on light//novelpub. Greetings, Senior Zou. Fei Yuan clasped her hands and bowed to him respectfully. It's been a while, Disciple Fei. Senior Zou nodded his head at her. He then turned to look at the two elders standing behind her and bowed to them. Welcome to the Zou family, fellow Taoists. Thank you for seeing us despite being a busy man yourself, Master Zou. Elder Xian and Elder Shan returned his bow with their own. Of course, I wouldn't miss this chance for the world, Senior Zou said with a smile on his face before he turned to look at Yuan, who was still wearing his black jade mask. So you must be the one who can play my soul Ensnaring Zither. Huh? Can I have your name? Senior Zou asked him. You can call me Yuan, he responded. I see. Please follow me. Let's continue this somewhere more private and peaceful, Senior Zou said as he turned around and began walking. This content is taken from lighten/oval/ub/com soul Ensnaring Zither. Why does this name sound so familiar? Elder Xian asked Elder Shan. Soul Ensnaring Zither. If I am correct, it used to belong to the Zither goddess before she ascended from the lower heavens, and it is also known as the cursed instrument since nobody could play it ever since she left it behind. Elder Shan explained to him. I see. And we're here today because Disciple Yuan can apparently play it? Elder Xian mumbled. Why am I not even surprised? Elder Shan said with a smile on her face. A few minutes later, they arrived at this peaceful courtyard behind the main building. Hey, race the soul Ensnaring Zither, Senior Zou said as he pointed at the beautiful black Zither sitting on a round jade table in the courtyard. This instrument has been with my family ever since the Zither goddess left it behind 25,000 years ago, and it has been waiting for a new owner since then. He then turned to look at Yuan and continued with a serious expression on his face. Young man, can you really play the soul Ensnaring Zither? Yuan nodded with a serious face. New novel chapters are published on lighten/oval/pub. Senior Zou did not say anything else and took a step to the side, giving Yuan a clear path to the Zither with clear indications. Seeing this, Yuan walked to the round jade table and took a seat in front of the soul Ensnaring Zither. Although it has been less than a day since he last saw the instrument, it felt much longer has passed for Yuan. After taking a deep breath, Yuan placed his fingers on the Zither and closed his eyes, recalling the song played by the Zither goddess. Ting, the strings on the soul Ensnaring Zither trembled, emitting a heavenly sound that instantly caused Senior Zou's eyes to widen with shock. He's really playing the Zither. Senior Zou stared at Yuan's fingers and watched his flawless hand movements with a gawking expression. Very quickly, Senior Zou, as well as everyone else that was there, became mesmerized by Yuan's Zither performance. Heavens! It's only been a couple of days since I last heard his Zither music, and it has already improved by leaps and bounds, to the point where I cannot even compare it to his performance a few days ago. Elder Shan cried inwardly. For more, visit lightnovelpub/com's Disciple Yuan's Zither Arts. Is there anything he cannot do so perfectly? Elder Xian sighed inwardly. Disciple Yuan. Fei Yuan stared at Yuan with a perplexed expression on her face. Although the black jade mask was blocking Yuan's face, she could still somehow see his handsome face, and the longer she stared at him, the more heated her face felt. A few minutes later, Yuan stopped playing the Zither, and he turned to look at the dazed Senior Zou. What do you think? Yuan decided to ask. Do I even need to answer that question? A bittersweet smile appeared on Senior Zou's face. Despite having over 100 years of experience with the Zither, He still felt inferior in front of Yuan, who appeared to be a very young man. If he knew that Yuan had only been playing the Zither for about a week, perhaps he might even be puking out blood right now from shock. A few moments later, Senior Zou suddenly lowered his head and said to Yuan in a sincere voice, "Thank you for letting me experience the soul-ensnaring Zither brilliance, as I was convinced that I would never get to witness someone playing it properly, at least not in this life." Chapter 197. The day before the Zither competition, I was told that if someone could play this Zither, they would get to keep it. Is that true? Yuan asked Senior Zou sometime later. Senior Zou laughed out loud after seeing Yuan's eyes that were filled with anticipation, and he nodded. Yes, that's right. Yuan immediately smiled behind the black jade mask. However, before I can give it to you, I want to know at least the face of the person I am giving this treasure to. Senior Zou suddenly narrowed his eyes at Yuan, seemingly suspicious of Yuan's identity. Yuan nodded his head and removed the black jade mask without hesitation. Senior Zou's eyes widened with surprise after seeing Yuan's handsome and young face. He's much younger than I'd expected. A true prodigy. He's a true prodigy. Senior Zou cried inwardly. After a moment of silence, Senior Zou nodded and said, "Very well. The soul-ensnaring Zither is now yours, young man." Almost instantly after Senior Zou said those words, a couple of notifications appeared in front of Yuan. Visit Light Novel Pub. Com for a better experience. Soul-ensnaring Zither. Rank, not applicable. Description, a normal Zither that turned into a unique treasure after being played by the Zither goddess for many years. Neither a normal instrument nor a treasure. So, it's really not a treasure. Yuan was not too surprised since Fei Yuyan had already told him about it beforehand. However, it was still very shocking to know that the Zither goddess had turned a normal instrument into a treasure just by using it to play music. By the way, I have been wondering this, but since you're in this city at this time, do you plan on participating in the Zither competition? Senior Zou suddenly asked him. Yuan nodded and said, "I am participating in the competition with Disciple Fei as my partner." Is that so? A smile appeared on Senior Zou's face, and he said, "Well, I look forward to your performance. With your talents, I won't expect anything less than first place. Visit Light Novel Pub. Com for a better experience, really?" Fei Yuyan's eyes flickered with excitement. After all, Senior Zou has participated in the Zither competition many times as a judge, so his judgment is highly regarded. If he says that Yuan could achieve first place, there was a very good chance that it might really happen. Senior Zou turned to look at Fei Yuyan and responded with a smile. "Of course. That is if you also do your part as his partner. After all, this is a paired competition, not a solo." Fei Yuyan nodded with a serious look on her face. "Good. Then I shall see you all again tomorrow, as one of the 3 judges," Senior Zou said with a smile on his face. Sometime later, after Yuan and the others left, Senior Zou stared at the sky and mumbled in a low voice, "At last, you have found your long-awaited partner." After leaving the Zou family's household, Yuan asked Fei Yuyan, "What should we do now? The competition isn't until tomorrow." "Yes, but we still have to register for it," Fei Yuyan said. We still haven't registered?" Yuan looked at her with wide eyes. This content is taken from /lig/tnav/lpub/com. Normally, one would register for a competition weeks, even months beforehand. Fei Yuyan nodded and said, "Let's go to the place where the competition will be held." Thus, Yuan and the others began following Fei Yuyan around again. Sometime later, they arrived before this massive and spacious gathering area that could easily fit tens of thousands of people at once. "Are everyone here participating in the competition?" Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice when he saw the sea of people in this area. Not even the biggest competitions had attended before had this many participants. Not everyone, but most of them. Since this competition requires a partner, it's only obvious that there would be more people. Fei Yuyan said, "Come with me." Yuan nodded and followed her to the large building at the end of the gathering hall. "Hey, look over there. That's Fairy Fei from the Dragon Essence Temple." Looks like she'll be participating in this year's competition as well. Follow current novels on lig/tnovelpub. C//OM. Wow. I still remember her performance at the last competition. I cannot wait to see how much she has improved since then. Who do you think is her partner? Could it be one of those two fairies following behind her? The people there quickly took notice of Fei Yuan's presence, even mistaking Xian Wuhan and Min Li as her partner for the Zither competition, since there are way more females who pick up the Zither than males. Meanwhile, Yuan looked around the area and the people there with a serious gaze. How many of these people here are players? He wondered inwardly as he tried to pick out those who appear to be players. Very quickly, he noticed a group of people that stood out from the rest of the crowd with their unique hairstyles that easily gave away their identity, standing not far away. They must be players, Yuan thought to himself. A few moments later, Yuan noticed a couple more individuals there that were very likely players. Wow, there's a lot more players here than ID expected. Yuan swallowed nervously when he realized just how many players were there. Visit lightnovelpub.com for the best novel reading experience. While he feels perfectly fine being around NPCs, he would, for some reason, become nervous when there are players around. We've arrived at the registration area, Fei Yuan said to them after entering the building. A few moments later, once they spotted an empty desk, they approached the worker behind the desk to register. We are from the Dragon Essence Temple, and I would like to register for the competition with my partner here, Fei Yuan said to the worker behind the desk. HM? Oh, Fairy Fei. Welcome back. I was beginning to wonder if you'll skip participating in this year's competition. The worker easily recognized Fei Yuan's pretty face and continued. Give me a moment. It'll register your names right now. Chapter 198 Replica. Who is your partner? Fairy Fei? The worker asked her. Fei Yuan pointed at Yuan, who was still wearing his black jade mask, and said, My partner is a fellow disciple, Yuan. The worker turned to look at Yuan with raised eyebrows. Her partner's a man? What a lucky bastard. The worker cursed at Yuan inwardly, feeling envious. After writing their names in a logbook, the worker handed them 2 tokens, both with the number 5,163 carved into them. These tokens will indicate that you're partners, and your scores will be added at the end. When Yuan accepted the token, a notification appeared before him. Top 3, huh? Since I'm already trying to achieve 3rd place, this is perfect. Yuan smiled inwardly after seeing the notification, wondering what the game will give him for reaching the top 3. The source of his content is lightnov/pub/com. Now that we're registered for the competition, we only need to wait for it to start. What do you want to do until then? Fei Yuan asked Yuan afterward. I would like to go somewhere where I can play the soul Ensnaring Zither, Yuan responded after pondering for a moment. You want to play the Zither? What about resting before the competition? Fei Yuan looked at him with raised eyebrows. I can't help it. My hands have been itching to play the Zither ever since I received the soul Ensnaring Zither. Yuan sighed. What are you, an addict? Fei Yuan shook her head with a hopeless smile on her face. Anyway, if you want to play the Zither, I know a place, and you can even have an audience there. Really? Let's go. Yuan quickly agreed. Thus, Fei Yuan left the gathering area before taking Yuan and the others to this large park in the middle of the city. However, there were already people playing music in the park. In fact, there were many different instruments being played at the same time, almost like they were competing with each other. This content is taken from /light/nov//pub. What's going on here? Why are there so many people playing instruments here? And wouldn't it be rude to play when there's already somebody else playing? Yuan asked Fei Yuan. Normally that'd be the case, but this place is a little special. Musicians come here to receive recognition, and it's almost like a competition for the people here to see who has the most audience. What do you get for doing such a thing anyway? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Well, it's also considered training for many people since your concentration can be easily disturbed in this chaotic atmosphere with so many people playing at once. Getting recognition is just a bonus. I see. Yuan nodded. Just find an empty spot and try it. You might be surprised by how difficult it is to play in this place. A few moments later, Yuan took a seat before this stone table and retrieved the soul ensnaring Zither from his spatial ring. After placing it down on the stone table, Yuan took a deep breath to calm his mind and took a long minute to get used to the loud atmosphere. Meanwhile, Fei Yuan and the others took a seat nearby, patiently waiting for Yuan to start with anticipation on their faces. New novel chapters are published on l/iten/uvel/pu/b. This is nothing new for me. I've been trained to ignore my surroundings and focus solely on the instrument, even playing through a massive earthquake one time. Yuan thought to himself. A few moments later, almost like there was a filter inside his mind, Yuan isolated the surrounding noises, and the only sound he could hear was his own breathing and the sound of his heart beating. Ting, Yuan began playing the Zither a moment later, instantly filling the park with heavenly Zither music. When the others in this park heard this divine noise, they immediately began trying to locate where it was coming from. Who is playing this Zither music? I have never heard anything this beautiful sounding before. This sounds too good to be true. I must see for myself who is producing such magical notes, even if it's the last thing I do in this life. Very quickly, everybody in the park began approaching Yuan's location, and even the other musicians in the park stopped playing their instruments to admire the music. Visit lightnovelpub.com for the best novel reading experience. Whoever is playing this must be a top expert. I cannot miss this chance to meet a top Zither expert. Thus, even the other musicians in the park began making their way towards Yuan's location. A minute after Yuan began playing the Zither, over 100 people were already gathered at his location to watch his performance. Who is that? The mask is blocking his face, so I cannot identify him, but he's definitely a man. I don't know of any male Zither experts who can play the Zither with such perfection. Not even Master Zou. No disrespect to him, of course. I'll look at the instrument he's using. Are my eyes tricking me? Or is it the soul ensnaring Zither? What? The soul ensnaring Zither? That's impossible. The audience there quickly took notice of the beautiful Zither Yuan was playing from, and they were in disbelief. That must be a replica. The soul ensnaring Zither cannot be played by anyone else other than the Zither goddess. It has been like that for thousands of years. Nobody that is currently living in the lower heavens has ever heard the soul ensnaring Zither sound before, so there's no way for us to tell whether that's the real one or just a fake. However, even without any evidence, I can say with confidence that soul ensnaring Zither is fake. Updated from lightnovelpub.com. Although the audience did not believe even for a second that the instrument Yuan was playing was the legendary cursed instrument, they could not question his Zither arts, and they quickly ignored the instrument and returned to focusing on the music. And while everybody there was too immersed in Yuan's music to care about their surroundings, a tall and slender figure wearing a veil over their head suddenly appeared behind the crowd to watch the performance as well. That's definitely the real soul ensnaring Zither. But how? Just who is this person? The veiled figure wondered, feeling extremely shocked by this abnormal situation they had encountered by mere chance. Chapter 199. Veiled Figure. His movements, his aura. This person is definitely a top Zither expert, and judging by his clothes, he's an outer court disciple from the Dragon Essence Temple. The veiled figure was greatly shocked by Yuan's uniform, silently wondering why he didn't join the Heavenly Melody Academy instead. With his abilities, he could easily become a core disciple at the Heavenly Melody Academy, even a high-ranking sect elder. Yet he decided to join the Dragon Essence Temple that doesn't have any Zither experts? What reason could have possibly led him to such a foolish decision? He's wasting his talents in that place. This veiled individual did not believe the Dragon Essence Temple deserved an excellent Zither expert like Yuan. even feeling a bit envious of them. The veiled individual suddenly had the urge to go up to Yuan and tell him to leave the Dragon Essence Temple and join the Heavenly Melody Academy instead. However, when they noticed Elder Xian and Elder Shan's presence sitting not far away, they quickly tossed out that idea. Grand Elder Xian and Great Elder Shan. What are they doing in this place? Are they following that disciple? Perhaps even protecting him? That's ridiculous. The veiled figure has never heard of an outer court disciple needing protection from two high-ranking sect elders before until today. Sometime later, Yuan finished his second song, and the audience immediately exploded with cheers and clapping. Play another song. Encore. Yuan was slightly startled when he looked up and saw the massive crowd clapping for him. Visit lightnov/c/om for the best novel reading experience. Okay, I will play another song, Yuan said to them, increasing the hype. However, right as he prepared to play the third song, a tall figure wearing a veil on their head and pretty fitted red robes jumped from the back of the crowd and landed a few meters away in front of him. Who's that? The crowd stared at this newcomer with raised eyebrows. Damn, look at that figure. She's definitely a peerless beauty behind that veil. How can you tell that she's a beauty without looking at her face? There's a very high chance she's only perfect below the neck. Why else would she be wearing a veil? Shut up. I know a beauty when I see one, even without looking at their faces. Meanwhile, Elder Xian and Elder Shan narrowed their eyes at this unknown threat with great caution, preparing to defend Yuan at any moment. Although they cannot tell exactly this unknown presence's full cultivation, they were sure that she was at least a spirit grandmaster. And while they do not have the ability to fight against a spirit grandmaster, they can at least reassure you in safety. This content is taken from Lee/G/Tnav/Lpub. Can I help you? Yuan asked the veiled woman who had a flawless body figure after staring at her for a moment. However, the unknown lady did not respond to Yuan's question and instead took a seat at the stone table directly beside Yuan. She then retrieved a red zither from her spatial ring and placed it on the table. This veiled lady then turned to look at Yuan and proceeded to stare at him in silence, almost like she was trying to tell him something. And even though there was a piece of cloth blocking her face, Yuan could somehow see the expression she was making and recognize that she was challenging him. Yuan nodded and said, "Whenever you're ready." The veiled lady then lifted her hands and showed him 3 of her slender fingers. A second later, she curled one of those fingers, making it 2. Yuan immediately realized that she was doing a countdown and nodded his head. Updated from Light Novel Pub. On the third count, both Yuan and the veiled lady played their zither at the same time. Ting, ting. 2 beautiful yet very unique and distinct music notes appeared at the same time, almost like they were trying to outdo each other. The audience expected a chaotic scene. However, to their surprise, they quickly realized that they were able to listen to both songs simultaneously without feeling like the music was interfering with one another. How is this possible? The audience was dumbfounded, feeling like they were existing in 2 worlds at once. It was an odd phenomenon that they've never experienced before. This is... Fei Yuan's jaw dropped to the ground when she realized what was happening, especially after witnessing the skill being displayed by the veiled lady. Although I've never personally heard her play the zither before, there's only one person I can think of that can play so perfectly. Senior Zou, Sect Master of the Heavenly Melody Academy. I cannot believe it. She challenged Disciple Yuan with the zither the day before the competition. Fei Yuan cried inwardly, her heart beating with excitement. For more, visit l//itno/velp/up. Master, I think that's in your song. Fei Yuan whispered to Elder Shan, who immediately turned to look at her with wide eyes. Are you sure? What's she doing here? Challenging Disciple Yuan, no less. Elder Xian said, who else but Senior Zou can produce such heavenly music notes? Besides Disciple Yuan, of course. Fei Yuan said, what do you think is going to happen to the competition now? Xian Wuhan couldn't help but ask. Who knows? Fei Yuan shrugged. Anything can happen at this point once she realizes that Disciple Yuan is a participation in the competition. Ting. An awkward and off-sounding noise suddenly resounded in the area, causing the people to turn a look at the veiled lady who had suddenly stopped playing the zither. The veiled lady looked at her own hands that were slightly trembling, seemingly in disbelief that she had lost the challenge, and then she turned to look at Yuan, who was still playing the zither without a care in the world for his surroundings. It took him a single song, no, half a song to snap me out of my concentration. Just who is this zither expert, and where on earth did he come from? The veiled lady thought to herself. Her interest in Yuan piqued, feeling an indescribable feeling in her heart. Follow current novels on l/itnovelpo/b.com. Chapter 200 Being Poached in Public. Yuan finished his song 2 minutes after the veiled lady stopped playing her zither, and he turned to look at her with his clear eyes afterward. That was very fun. Thank you for playing with me, Yuan said with a smile behind his mask. The veiled lady stared at Yuan's bright eyes in silence, seemingly pondering about something, and after a long moment of silence, she finally spoke for the first time in a very soothing voice. How would you like to join the Heavenly Melody Academy? Whatever position you want, you can have. Not only Yuan, but everybody there was dumbfounded by the veiled lattice sudden words that turned out to be a recruitment for the Heavenly Melody Academy. But I'm already a disciple at the Dragon Essence Temple. Yuan responded in a dazed voice. The veiled lady nodded her head, and she continued in a shameless voice, I know. You can simply leave them and come to us. After all, you're definitely more suited for the Heavenly Melody Academy, where everybody is a musician. However, before Yuan could even respond, the veiled lady lifted her right hand and grabbed the red veil that was covering her face before pulling it off her head, revealing the peerless face behind it. When the people there saw this extremely beautiful woman that resembled a goddess, their eyes and mouths widened with shock. This content is taken from light/novelpub.com. That's Senior Song? What? She was the sect master of the Heavenly Melody Academy this entire time? Does this mean that unknown zither expert had managed to defeat Senior Song, who is widely recognized as the goddess of music, in a one-on-one zither battle? This is unprecedented. She really was Senior Song. Fei Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice. After revealing her identity to the people there, Songlinger stood up and turned to look at Elder Xian and Elder Shan with a serious expression on her face. I have never done this before, poaching a disciple from another sect, and even in front of their sect elders and fellow disciple. What I am doing right now will definitely tarnish my reputation, and I respect the Dragon Essence Temple's reputation, but I simply cannot allow someone so talented with the instrument to waste his time in a place where they don't even teach music. In fact, I'm a little frustrated that Head decided to join your sect and not mine. I hope you can understand my feelings, elders from the Dragon Essence Temple. Songlinger said to them. Elder Xian and Elder Shan were shocked speechless after listening to Songlinger's words. Not even in a million years could they have imagined that there would be a day where the sect master of the Heavenly Melody Academy would personally poach one of their disciples and directly in front of them at that. However, no matter how Songlinger felt, even if she threatened them with blades on their neck, there was no way they would give up someone like Yuan. After all, his cultivation talents are equal to his music talents, if not even above that. Visit lee/gh/tnovelpub/c/om for a better experience. I understand your feelings very well, Senior Song, but this is not something we have a say in. If you really want to continue with this conversation, then you must speak with our sect master, Elder Xian said to her, directing all responsibility to Long Yijuan, mostly because he didn't want to deal with someone like Songlinger, who was known for being stubborn and aggressive. Songlinger frowned. However, if she could poach someone like Yuan, even if she has to travel to the end of the world, it would be worth it 110%. It's fine, Senior Song. You don't have to speak with the sect master, Yuan suddenly said, And he continued, "While I am grateful and humbled at the same time that you'd invite me to your sect, I don't plan on leaving the Dragon Essence Temple." "Why? What's at the Dragon Essence Temple that's keeping you there?" Songlinger suddenly snapped, startling everybody there. "I have never seen someone as talented as you before. You don't belong in a place like the Dragon Essence Temple. You belong to the Heavenly Melody Academy, where you'll be able to really shine. If you join our sect, I can guarantee you that you'll become a world-famous musician whose name will be as prestigious, if not even more prestigious, than the Zither goddess." Hearing Songlinger's words, Yuan couldn't help but show a bittersweet smile. "There are some matters in the Dragon Essence Temple that I must attend to. Therefore, I cannot just leave. Furthermore, I don't intend on becoming a world-famous musician, since music is only a hobby of mine, and I want to focus on cultivation more." "What? Music is only a hobby? That's such a waste of your heaven-sent talents." Songlinger stared at Yuan with disbelief in her eyes. How could someone with such tremendous talents not focus on improving that specific talent? She has never seen such foolishness before. Of course, Songlinger was unaware of Yuan's godlike cultivation talents, or else she wouldn't be reacting in such a manner. This content is taken from lie//TNovelPub.com. I'm really sorry, but I have decided to never play the instrument seriously ever again since I have already experienced enough of that in my life, Yuan said to her. Songlinger narrowed her eyes at Yuan, but she didn't say anything else. A moment later, she took a deep breath and released it. She then turned around and started walking away from the area. "This won't be your last time seeing me, nor will I give up on trying to poach you either. You'll be sure to give a visit to the Dragon Essence Temple after this Zither competition," Songlinger said as she disappeared from the area. Once Songlinger left the scene, Elder Xian approached Yuan and said to him, "Let's also leave before it gets any more chaotic." Yuan nodded and left the park with the others shortly later. Chapter 2:01 Warning her disciples. After leaving the park, Songlinger returned to the hotel she was staying at, but then she suddenly realized something that made her run back to the park. "I forgot to ask that person for his name. What a blunder." Songlinger cried inwardly when she realized that she had forgotten to ask for Yuan's name due to her frustration at that moment. But alas, by the time she returned to the park, Yuan and the others were already long gone. "Forget it. I'll ask Long Yuan when I visit the Dragon Essence Temple. Even if they try to hide him from me, I have already memorized his figure and hands, so I'll recognize him at a glance." Thinking this, Songlinger once again returned to the hotel, but her mind couldn't get rid of Yuan's flawless Zither arts, and she proceeded to spend the rest of the day thinking about Yuan's performance, even analyzing it. Wait a second, that person was playing the soul ensnaring Zither, Taoist Zou's treasure. Maybe he knows this unknown expert's identity. After spending an hour in her hotel, Songlinger went outside for the third time today, and she went straight to the Zou family's household, surprising Senior Zou with her unannounced visit. Senior Song, welcome to my humble place. How may I help you today?" Senior Zou bowed to her in a respectful manner. "The soul ensnaring Zither. When did you give it away?" Songlinger asked him. How do you know that I'd given away the soul ensnaring Zither?" "I haven't announced anything yet." Senior Zou looked at her with a surprised face. Updated from lie/TNovelPub.com because I saw someone playing with it not long ago, she calmly responded. "I see. So he's already playing it." A warm smile appeared on Senior Zou's face, causing Songlinger to raise her eyebrows. Then she asked him, "Just who is that person?" "I have also tried playing the soul ensnaring Zither multiple times, but I never figured out how to play it properly, yet this person did it flawlessly." Senior Zou shook his head and said, "Believe me when I say this, but I also don't know his background. Besides his face and that he's from the Dragon Essence Temple, I don't know anything else about him." "Wait, you saw his face. What did he look like?" Songlinger suddenly asked, her eyes brimming with curiosity. "Well, he was a very handsome young man." "A handsome young man? And you don't recognize him at all? How can such a talented individual be a nobody?" Songlinger asked. Senior Zou shrugged and said, I have no idea. Songlinger no longer said anything and stood there with a pondering look on her beautiful face. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel.com, and almost as though Head suddenly recalled something, Senior Zou spoke a moment later. Oh, right. He's also called Yuan, and he will be participating in the Zither competition with Fei Yuan as his partner. He's what? Songlinger turned to look at him with a shocked look on her face. If someone like Yuan participated in the competition, it would no longer become a competition, but a one-sided performance instead. Is there something wrong with that? Senior Zou asked her. No. If someone like him participates in the competition, there's no doubt that he will become an instant sensation. In fact, if I could, I would give him the first place and in the competition right now. You think of him that highly? I have never seen you praising someone to such an extent. Your disciples will cry if they hear that, Senior Zou chuckled. They can cry all they want, but if they want to complain, they better prove to me that they're worth praising. Songlinger spoke in a nonchalant voice. Anyway, I'm going to leave now. Thank you for your time. New novel chapters are published on Light Novel.com. Senior Zou nodded and said, My Zou family will always have its doors open for you, Senior Song. Songlinger left the Zou family shortly later. Yuan, huh? Songlinger mumbled his name as she traveled in the streets with a veil covering her face, yet her womanly figure still attracted countless gazes. Sometime later, Songlinger arrived at a hotel that was different from the one she was staying at. Welcome back, Senior Song. The workers there immediately greeted her when they saw her figure. Are my disciples here? She asked the workers behind the reception desk. Yes, they're currently inside their room, Senior Song. Songlinger nodded and proceeded to look for her disciples. Visit Light Novel.com for the best novel reading experience, Master. Two individuals in their early 20s, a young lady and young man, showed up shortly after Songlinger knocked on their doors and greeted her. I Wan, Wei Kong, I have something important to say, Songlinger said to them, and she continued with a serious look on her face, even removing her veil so they could see how serious she was being. This Zither competition, you will meet someone exceptional, someone who will make you doubt your own talents and existence. Her disciples looked at her with a gawking expression, as they could not comprehend why she was telling them such a thing right before the competition. I'm telling you this because I want you to prepare yourselves, since you two have been acting very relaxed, almost like you've already won the competition. Don't get complacent because you're my disciples. We were wrong to look down on others just because we're your disciples, Master. The disciples lowered their heads, apologizing for being complacent. Songlinger nodded her head and left shortly later, returning to her own hotel. What happened to the Master? She's acting a little suspicious. The two disciples looked at each other with a dumbfounded look after she left. Updated from l/itnovelpub/com. Master usually carries this confident and slightly arrogant aura around her, but I couldn't feel that from her just now. Wei Kong, the male disciple mumbled. Perhaps something really happened. I have never seen her act like this before. AI Wan sighed, and she continued. She said there'll be someone exceptional in the competition, right? Did she just praise someone? I don't think I have ever seen her praise anyone before. Not even her own disciples. I'm actually feeling a little excited about this competition now, Wei Kong said with a slight smile on his face. Me too. Chapter 202, Introducing the Judges. After returning to the Royal Blossom Hotel, Elder Shan sighed while looking at Yuan. I knew you'd attract Sect Master Song's attention at the competition with your talents, but I didn't think we'd encounter her before the competition, and she had even gone as far as trying to poach you. This is going to be problematic. Why would it be problematic? I have already refused her invitation to join the Heavenly Melody Academy, Yuan said. Just because you'd refused her invitation doesn't mean she'll give up on you, disciple Yuan. And knowing Senior Song's character, she'll most likely continue trying to poach you until she gets tired of it, which might take a couple of years if not decades. Hopefully the sect master can convince Senior Song to give up. Elder Xian sighed loudly. Anyway, you should stay inside the hotel for the rest of the day. It's best to stay low-key after what happened at the park today, since I'm sure that it is already being spread around as we speak. As Elder Xian had guessed, the people that witnessed Yuan's performance were already spreading what they witnessed and how an unknown Zither expert from the Dragon Essence Temple had defeated the Heavenly Melody Academy's Sectmaster, Songlinger. Of course, nobody believed this rumor at first, since they would have known about such an expert already if he really existed. But as more and more people began spreading the news, with even some reputable musicians saying the same thing, some people could not help but start believing the rumors to a certain extent. Since there's nothing to do until the competition tomorrow, they'll log off for today, Yuan said to the elders before logging off in their room and spending the remainder of the day cultivating in the real world, even advancing a level by the end of the day, reaching 7th level Spirit Apprentice. The following day, after returning to the game and some preparations, Yuan and the others left the hotel and went to the gathering area again. Good luck, both of you. We'll be watching your performance in the spectators area, Elder Shan said to Yuan and Fei Yuyan once they reached outside the gathering area. Visit lighten/ov//lpub/com for a better experience. Good luck, Yuan. They'll be cheering for you, Xian Wuhan said to him with a bright smile on her face. Good luck, disciple Yuan, Minli said to him, feeling a little awkward, as this is her first time being in such a situation. Good luck, and above all, have fun, Elder Xian said with a smile. Thank you all, Yuan said to them before following Fei Yuan inside the gathering area. There appear to be fewer people here today than before. What happened? Yuan asked after noticing that the gathering area was much more empty compared to yesterday. Only participants are allowed here now, that's why, Fei Yuan said. Anyway, there's still another hour or so until they close the gates and begin the competition. Let's find a place to wait until then. Yuan nodded and followed Fei Yuan around until they found an empty spot underneath a tree, where they proceeded to wait. Look over there. Isn't that Fairy Fei from the Dragon Essence Temple? She's participating in this year's competition as well. Who's her partner, though? And why is that person wearing a mask? The most up-to-date novels are published on li/tnov/l/pub. The other participants there quickly noticed Fei Yuyan's presence, and some of them even decided to approach her with friendly greetings. Hello, Fairy Fei. I am Wan Hu from the Wan family. I just want to let you know that I started playing the Zither after witnessing your performance in the previous competition, and now I am participating in the competition myself. Fairy Fei, do you remember me? I am Du Ruhui, and I was ranked 8th place in the last competition. Fei Yuyan glanced at these people, and then she said, Please do not bother me right now. I am trying to concentrate on the competition. If you have the time to chit-chat, use that time to prepare yourself for the competition instead. These people were dumbfounded by Fei Yuyan's cold response, but it was not unexpected, since Fei Yuyan was known for being distant towards others, especially men. Meanwhile, Yuan surveyed the area, even paying attention to the people that were just entering the place, almost like he was searching for a certain individual. Of course, he was simply trying to see how many participants there were players. Time passed quickly, and the gates to the gathering were shut exactly an hour later. Welcome to the 100th Zither competition. This content is taken from light/novel/coma. Familiar face suddenly appeared before the participants and said out loud, silencing the place immediately. That's Senior Zou, Yuan mumbled after seeing him. My surname is Zou, and I am one of the judges that will be participating in this year's competition, Senior Zou said. And he continued, Allow me to introduce the other 2 judges that will be working with me today. A few seconds later, 2 figures descended from the sky and landed beside Senior Zou. One of them was a woman wearing a crimson-red dress and a veil over her head, whilst the other judge was a tall, handsome man that emitted a powerful aura. On my right side, we have Senior Song, Sectmaster of the Heavenly Melody Academy. Senior Zou introduced Songlinger. He then pointed to the tall man and said, On the other side, we have Elder Jing from the Heaven and Earth Palace. our sponsor for this year's competition. After introducing the judges, Senior Zou continued. Normally, we would grade each of you separately until the final event, but as most of you have guessed, we will be doing things slightly different for this year's competition. While Senior Zou talked about competition, Song Linger searched the crowd with her sharp eyes from behind the veil, seemingly trying to look for a certain individual. For more, visit lighten/ovalpub // Com found him. He's really participating in this competition. Yuan. Song Linger's eyes widened when she saw Yuan with his black jade mask standing beside Fei Yuyan, and she could immediately feel her heart beating slightly faster than just a moment ago for some reason. Chapter 203, Always Looking for Talented Individuals. After Senior Zou mumbled about the competition and some of its history, he turned to look at Song Linger and spoke. Senior Song, are we ready to start the competition? However, almost as though she didn't hear him, Song Linger did not respond to his question, making Senior Zou repeat his words for a second time. Senior Song, are we ready to start the competition? What did you just say? Song Linger suddenly snapped out of her daze and turned to look at Senior Zou's dumbfounded face. I said, we are ready to start the competition whenever you are ready, Senior Song. Song Linger then nodded. Yes, we can start. Senior Zou nodded his head, and then he turned to look at the thousands of participants there and said, follow me to the arena where you'll perform in front of millions of people. The participants there swallowed nervously when they heard that there were going to be millions of people. While they'd expected and prepared themselves for a large crowd, they didn't expect such a massive audience. This must be the influence of the Heaven and Earth Palace and the sect master of the Heavenly Melody Academy, Song Linger. New novel chapters are published on lighten/ovalpub // Com. Senior Zou suddenly turned around and walked into the building, and the participants followed him. A few minutes later, Senior Zou led them through the entire building and into a vast, empty area that spanned for almost an entire mile, with spectators blocking the scenery in every direction due to the sheer amount of people that were present. However, upon closer inspection, the area wasn't actually empty, and there were thousands of small wooden tables placed around the area in an orderly fashion with a zither resting on top. Furthermore, each of these zither looked exactly the same, and none of them looked any different from another. In fact, they were all ordinary zither. When the spectators saw these participants coming out of the building, the noises in that area exploded with excitement, causing the air to shake. You have 5 minutes to find a seat, and you must be sitting directly next to your partner. Go, Senior Zou said to them, and the participants scattered like ants to find their seats. Although it was a bit messy at first, all of the participants were seated before 5 minutes had passed. Once everyone was seated, the 3 judges jumped on top of 3 tall platforms that were placed directly in front of the participants before taking a seat. Sitting directly in the middle of the participants was Song Linger with Senior Zou on her right side and Elder Jing on her left side. Visit lighten/ovalpub /om for a better experience. Thank you all for coming here today. Senior Zou spoke in a calm voice, yet his voice boomed loudly and rippled throughout the area, sounding as though he was using an invisible microphone. Before we start, allow us to introduce ourselves. Senior Zou suddenly stood up and introduced himself. My name is Zou Fujin, and I was only 7 years old when I first touched the zither. It has been exactly 135 years since I've started practicing the zither, yet I still cannot help but become excited when I see a zither in front of me. This is also my 9th time acting as a judge here. That's all. After his brief introduction, Senior Zou returned to his seat whilst the sect elder from the Heaven and Earth Palace stood up and began introducing himself with a proud aura around him. Surname Jing, and I am a sect elder from the Heaven and Earth Palace for the Inner Court disciples. I will admit that my experience with the zither is not as vast or profound as the other 2 judges, but I have supervised over 100 disciple examinations for the Heaven and Earth Palace, bringing hundreds of talented disciples to the sect, so I know a thing or two about judging people. That's all. After Elder Jing sat down, everybody in the area turned to look at the beautiful figure sitting in the middle, their gaze filled with admiration and anticipation. A moment later, Song Linger stood up and removed her veil, revealing to the audience her peerless beauty. Heavens, what a divine beauty! As expected of the divine Zither fairy, her beauty knows no boundaries. Ha ha ha! I didn't come here to watch the Zither competition, only to witness for myself whether Senior Fairy Song was as beautiful as people say she is. I can now say for certain that she's the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. This trip was definitely worth it. For more, visit Light Novel Pub. Kamea, Senior Fairy Song, I love you. The men and women there showered Song Linger with praises regarding her beauty, almost like everyone there were her admirers. However, Song Linger did not pay attention to the noises, and her eyes remained fixed in a certain direction. Noticing this, Senior Zou followed her gaze and turned to look in the direction she was looking at. Why am I not surprised? A slight smile appeared on his face when Senior Zou saw a distinct figure wearing a jade-black mask who was also sitting beside a very pretty young lady. She's really obsessed with him, huh? Well, I cannot blame her. After all, she always talked about how she will be the first one to play the sole, ensnaring Zither after the Zither goddess. I can imagine the shock that Shed received when someone much younger than her stole that achievement from her. A few moments later, once the noises in the area died down, Song Linger spoke in a calm voice, Sect Master of the Heavenly Melody Academy. Song Linger. We are always looking for talented individuals in the Tao of music, especially those who specialize in the Zither. Therefore, if you can attain at least the top 10, I will consider accepting you as a disciple in the Heavenly Melody Academy. As for whoever achieves first place, I shall make you my own disciple. The crowd gasped in shock when they heard such words from Song Linger. She was going to accept a disciple today? This was something nobody there could have expected, not even her own disciples. Meanwhile, Yuan looked at Song Linger's beautiful figure from behind a mask, pondering to himself, why does it feel like she's talking specifically to me? Visit lee/geitno/vel//pub. Com for a better experience. Chapter 204. How is this even fair? After her explosive announcement, Song Linger returned to her seat in a casual manner, almost like it was just another day for her. Meanwhile, the crowd exploded into another commotion. Senior Fairy Song will be accepting another disciple. But if I remember correctly, Shed mentioned that she won't be accepting any more disciples after accepting her current 2 disciples 6 years ago. However, not everybody was excited about Song Linger's announcement. She's really sneaky. I didn't think she would strike back so quickly. Elder Shan felt her eyebrows twitch upon hearing Song Linger's announcement. Since she already knows that Disciple Yuan has what it takes to achieve first place, if not guaranteed to take first place, she purposefully announced that she'll accept the first place as her disciple to use the crowd to pressure Disciple Yuan into accepting. What a brilliant yet shameless move. Elder Xian shook his head, unsure whether to laugh or cry at Song Linger's desperate attempt to force Yuan into joining the Heavenly Melody Academy. What if Disciple Yuan doesn't actually achieve first place? What then? Will she simply change her mind? Xian Wuhan couldn't help but that. No, that's not possible. Although there are 2 other judges there, Senior Song's judgment will easily outweigh their judgment. If she says first place belongs to Disciple Yuan, he will undoubtedly get first place. Who will dare to refute her judgment? Who has the credentials to challenge her judgment? Nobody, Elder Xian explained to her. Furthermore, with Disciple Yuan's abilities, nobody would find Senior Song's judgment unfair. This is really unfair. A scandal. How can someone as prestigious as Senior Song lower herself to such a degree just to recruit Disciple Yuan? I cannot understand this. Xian Wuhan sighed. Elder Xian and Elder Shan looked at Xian Wuhan with weird looks. If Xian Wuhan knew just how talented Yuan was, she would understand Song Linger's desperation. In fact, if the roles were reversed, their sect master Long Yijuan would undoubtedly be doing the same thing as Songlinger, doing whatever he could to poach Yuan. Visit lightno/velpub.com for a better experience sometime later. Senior Zou cleared his throat, and he spoke in a clear voice. Now let's talk about the competition itself. There will be 3 different parts in the competition, and you'll be scored from 1 to 10 by each judge. At the end of the competition, whichever team has the most points will be declared first place. For the first part, we will have each of you play 3 music notes, no more, no less. You can play any note you want, but you only have 3, so choose wisely. Senior Zou then pointed to the participants sitting in the first row and said, "We will start from you. You have 30 seconds to prepare, starting now." The place immediately became silent, and millions of eyes gazed upon this participant who was going first, casting an invisible pressure on this participant who felt like a mountain had suddenly appeared on his shoulders. The participant's hands trembled as he reached for the zither on the table, and a moment later, ting, ting, tin, 3 very awkward-sounding music notes echoed in the area, immediately putting frowns on the audience's faces. However, none of the audience made any noise or complained, and they silently waited for the judge's verdict. Updated from /lightnovelp/u/b. Senior Zou and Elder Jing turned to look at Songlinger, almost like they were waiting for her to give her verdict first. But after seeing that she hadn't moved even after a good moment, they decided to give their verdicts first. 0. Senior Zou spoke in a cold voice. 0. Elder Jing followed. Once the other judges gave their verdict, Songlinger finally spoke, and her cold voice resounded clearly in the place. "There's no need for your partner to continue. The 2 of you may leave the premise, as you are no longer qualified to participate in this competition." The participant nodded with a flushed face and teary eyes, yet he didn't complain. As for his partner, who was staring at him with an enraged expression, he also remained silent. After bowing to the Songlinger and the others, the 2 of them left the area with a shameful back. Next, Senior Zou immediately looked at the next participant. Visit lightnovelpub.com for a better experience. A few seconds later, 3 beautiful notes resounded in the area. 5. Senior Zou declared. 6. Elder Jing followed. 2. Songlinger said in a nonchalant voice. The audience was slightly baffled by Songlinger's score that was vastly lower compared to the other 2 judges. However, they weren't too surprised, since someone like Songlinger must have an extremely high standard due to her experience and background. A few minutes later, over a dozen teams were graded, but Songlinger has yet to give anyone above 3 points. Half an hour and hundreds of teams later, they finally reached a team that was relatively famous, as they'd ranked in the top 20s individually in the previous competition. 3 music notes later, the 2 judges looked at Songlinger. For more, visit l/i/gh/tno/velpa.com. However, she remained silent. A few more seconds later, Senior Zou spoke. 8 points. 8 points for me as well. Great job. Everyone there turned to look at Songlinger and patiently waited for her judgment. 2 seconds later, she opened her mouth and mumbled, 6 points. Oh, someone finally managed to score above 3 points, even doubling it. Who is that? I don't think I know his name. That's Ning Xiang. He placed 11th last competition. It seems like he has practiced his butt off since then, and his efforts are showing. 10 minutes later, another team managed to receive more than 5 points from Songlinger. At this point, the audience and participants alike only cared about Songlinger's verdict and barely paid attention to Senior Zou and Elder Jing. For more, visit lightnovelpub.com. After some time, it was finally Songlinger's own disciple turn. Look, that's AI Yuan and Wei Kong, Senior Fairy Song's disciple. I didn't know they were going to participate in the competition. The spectators immediately recognized them. What? How is this even fair? They'll definitely get first place. This is probably why Senior Fairy Song announced that she was accepting new disciples, because she knew how difficult it would be to achieve first place with her disciples participating. The audience was stumped by their unexpected appearance. Chapter 2050 points. Wei Kong and AI Yuan. Is this even legal? How can they allow Senior Zou's own disciples to join this competition? They'll obviously dominate the entire competition. Xian Wuhan complained in a sighing voice, and she continued, I just hope that they're not better than Yuan. I have never heard them play before, but I don't think Disciple Yuan would fall behind them. Elder Shan said, continuing with a smile on her beautiful face. After all, he defeated their master, Senior Zou, in a one-on-one battle. While the audience talked about Wei Kong and AI Yuan, Songlinger spoke first for the first time. You may begin. The place instantly turned silent, and everybody there stared at Wei Kong, who was the first to go with intensive gazes. After taking a deep breath, Wei Kong moved his arms in an elegant and precise manner, playing 3 music notes in quick succession, his aura radiating with confidence and elegance. Ting, 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 3 beautiful music notes that pulled the listener's heartstrings resounded in the area. Ah, what beautiful music notes! As expected of Senior Fairy Song's disciple, he's on an entirely different level compared to the other participants. Indeed, nobody else has managed to cause my heart to tremble in such a manner. The source of this content is lightno/velpub. C/Oma. A few moments later, Senior Zou and Elder Jing turned to look at Songlinger, giving her the opportunity to go first since they were her disciples. However, Songlinger remained silent, her intentions clear. Senior Zou and Elder Jing exchanged looks with each other before nodding. The next moment, Senior Zou spoke with a smile on his face. That was excellent, Junior Wei. I expected nothing less from one of Senior Zou's disciples. Although it was only 3 mere music notes, I was able to fully grasp your profound understanding of the Zither with that brief performance just now. I'll give you 10 points. The crowd cheered with excitement after hearing Senior Zou give out his first perfect score, which was to be expected. I agree with Senior Zou. It was only 3 music notes, but I already want to hear more. Great job. Elder Jing praised Wei Kong. Thank you, seniors. Wei Kong stood up and bowed to them before turning to look at Songlinger, who has yet to give her judgment. After a moment of awkward silence, Songlinger finally spoke in a nonchalant voice. Do you remember what I told you about being complacent? I do, Master. Wei Kong nodded, sensing an ominous feeling coming from Songlinger's tone. Visit Lighten/Ovalpub. Calm for a better experience. Then what was that rubbish just now? I've heard better sounds coming from a pig. What an utter disappointment from you, Wei Kong. 0 points. Songlinger said in a cold voice. 0 points? Everybody there, including Wei Kong himself, was baffled by Songlinger's harsh assessment. How could such a wonderful performance be worth less than the others who were clearly worse? Much less 0 points. Maybe she's being especially harsh on him because of their master and disciple relationship. You see this very often when a master purposefully degrades their own disciples so they can grow stronger and faster. While everybody there felt that Wei Kong had deserved much better than 0 points, who dared to challenge Songlinger's decision? Regarding her own disciple, no less. After giving Wei Kong her verdict, Songlinger turned to look at the pretty young lady sitting beside him, her second disciple, AI Yuan, whose back was filled with cold sweat at this moment. Go ahead, Songlinger said to her a moment later. Yes, Master. AI Yuan nodded, and she proceeded to take the full 30 seconds of preparation time to calm her mind and focus on the Zither before her. Follow current novels on live/tnov/opub/. After taking a deep breath, AI Yuan played 3 music notes in a similar fashion to Wei Kong, yet it produced an entirely different sound, even giving off its unique atmosphere. The audience could feel their bodies relaxing after hearing these music notes. Such a powerful yet peaceful note. How does she create such a wonderful sound? I nearly dozed off after listening to her music notes. Some time later, Senior Zou spoke with a smile on his face, Wonderful. It's only been half a year since I've last heard you play, and you've improved by leaps and bounds since then. A definite 10 points from me. I am speechless, really. Elder Jing spoke next, and he said, it's also a definite 10 points from me. Once the two judges finished their assessments, everybody turned to look at Songlinger, and AI Yuan swallowed nervously. After a moment of silence, Songlinger said in a calm voice, I'm glad to see that at least one of my disciples had listened to my words. 9 points. A bright smile appeared on AI Yuan's face after hearing Songlinger's verdict, and she immediately bowed. Thank you, Master. This content is taken from lightnov/lpub. Comche. Wei Kong sneered inwardly when AI Yuan didn't get scolded like he had been shamed in front of millions of people by their master, feeling incredibly salty. After Songlinger's disciples' turn, the next 100 teams failed to produce anything worthy of praise, as the standard had been raised incredibly high by AI Yuan and Wei Kong despite his score. In fact, it was so boring that some of the crowds even began to doze off. Half an hour later, 3 unexpectedly beautiful music notes resounded in the area, sweeping the audience's drowsiness away in an instant. Who played those 3 notes just now? Someone in the audience asked. It was that beautiful young fairy. I think that's Fairy Faye from the Dragon Essence Temple. Oh, I know of her. She placed 7th in the last competition. Wow, she is not only a beauty, but also an excellent Zither expert. I think Senior Fairy Song's disciples finally have a real opponent in this Zither competition. Are you sure she only placed 7th? That doesn't seem right. Her 3 music notes were not any less magnificent than AI, Yuan, or Wei Kong, who could easily reach the top 3 if they participated in the competition. For more, visit lighten/ovalpub. I'm sure. I cannot even begin to imagine how much shed practice since then for her to reach this level in such a short time. The audience was blown away by Fei Yuyan's performance, completely oblivious to the fact that her improvements were due to practicing with Yuan, and it was only for 1 short week. Chapter 206 Yuan's 3 music notes. Clap, clap, clap. A few moments after Fei Yuyan played her 3 music notes, Senior Zou suddenly began clapping his hands, and he spoke in a praising voice. I don't even know where to begin, Disciple Fei. I have witnessed your performance in the previous competition, and if I had listened to your performance just now while blindfolded, I would have never guessed that it was you playing the Zither. After taking a deep breath, he continued to speak. If you were to participate in the previous competition in your current condition, I have no doubt that you would be able to achieve 1st place easily. 10 points from me. Thank you for your praises, Senior Zou. Fei Yuyan stood up and bowed to him. A few seconds later, Elder Jing said, While this is my first time seeing you play the Zither, I have no qualms claiming that you're as talented as AI Yuan and Wei Kong after listening to those 3 music notes alone. 10 points from me as well, and I'm excited to see what else you have in store for us later. Thank you, Elder Jing. Fei Yuyan said to him before turning to look at Songlinger, who was staring at her with a profound expression. After a moment of silence, Songlinger spoke. Where did you learn to play the Zither? To her surprise, as well as everyone there, Songlinger had asked her a question instead of giving her verdict. I learned to play the Zither by myself, as it was only a hobby at first. Senior Song. Follow current novels on /lightnovelpub/. Hearing her response, Songlinger continued to ask, How do you usually practice? I don't have any special practice routines, and I only practice by playing the Zither normally, a few hours every week. However, I have changed things up very recently by practicing with my partner, who has contributed a lot to my improvements. Fei Yuyan explained. This girl, she's managed to reach such a high level of Zither arts without a proper master, and she's also from the Dragon Essence Temple. Why are there so many talented musicians at the Dragon Essence Temple when they don't belong there at all? Songlinger cried inwardly after realizing that Fei Yuyan was mostly another genius with talent equal, if not even greater than her current disciples. and her envy towards the Dragon Essence Temple increased some more. After a moment of silence, Songlinger finally gave her verdict, 9 points for me. Thank you, Senior Song. Fei Yuan bowed to her. Wow, she actually received 9 points from Senior Fairy Song. Does this mean Senior Fairy Song recognizes Fairy Fei's talents to be similar to her own disciples? Well, she definitely deserves it. If her partner doesn't drag her down, there's a good chance that her team will become top 10, even top 3. Meanwhile, AI Yuan and Wei Kong turned to look at Fei Yuan with narrowed eyes, wondering if she was the person Songlinger was talking about when she warned them of an exceptional genius that will be in the competition. Follow current novels on /t/no//opub. A few moments later, everybody in the audience turned to look at the next participant, a somewhat slender figure wearing a black jade mask on his face. What the heck? Why is he wearing a mask? What an oddball. He's even the only person wearing a mask there. This is Fairy Fei's partner? I hope his Zither arts won't become a burden. The people there already began looking down on Yuan before his performance even began. Oh boy, Senior Zou sighed inwardly, wondering what's going to happen now that they finally reached this unknown prodigy who could defeat even Songlinger in a one-on-one battle. Wait a second. I recognize him. He was at the park yesterday. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted in a surprised voice, dumbfounding the people around him. Park? What park? The source of this content is Light Novel Pub. Como. I was there too. He was the one who was challenged by Senior Fairy Song to his Zither battle, even defeating her one-on-one. What kind of nonsense is that? Senior Fairy Song is the #1 Zither expert in the lower heavens. As if someone in this place could defeat her in a one-on-one Zither battle. Trust me, I completely understand why you'd be suspicious, because I would be too if I didn't witness it for myself. But once you listen to him play the Zither, you'll understand what I said is true. I couldn't sleep last night because his Zither music was stuck inside my head. Songlinger's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably after hearing the crowd's conversation, yet there was nothing she could say about it. Ahem. Senior Zou suddenly cleared his throat loudly, causing a small ripple to sweep the place, quickly silencing the noise. Go ahead. You may begin. Elder Jing said to Yuan shortly after the place calmed down, completely oblivious of the other 2 judges that were acting slightly strange. Yuan nodded his head and proceeded to place his fingers gently on the string without actually touching the strings. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovel.ub/. After taking a deep breath, Yuan pulled on the string with his fingers, creating 3 music notes that actually sounded as though it was only one note, almost like Head played the 3 notes simultaneously and an otherworldly sound echoed in the place. When the audience heard this music note, their eyes immediately widened with surprise, as they could somehow see the image of an incredibly beautiful flower field in front of them. What the heck? Am I seeing things? Why do I suddenly see flowers? I am seeing it too. The entire area is filled with beautiful flowers. This is... The judges' eyes widened with shock when they realized what was happening. His music note was so profound that it created an illusion for anyone that heard it. This level of Zither art is simply legendary, and as far as my knowledge goes, only the Zither goddess has managed to produce this phenomenon before, and had managed to achieve this same phenomenon using only an ordinary Zither. Senior Zou unconsciously stood up on the platform and stared at Yuan with a gawking look on his face. Chapter 207 Playing Seriously. Heavens! Who on earth is that participant? Elder Jing mumbled in a dazed voice as he stared at the figure wearing a black jade mask with wide eyes. This Yuan, he wasn't using all of his abilities during our one-on-one? Was he looking down on me? Songlinger stared at Yuan with clear disbelief in her eyes. It was simply unthinkable that someone would look down on her. The sect master of the Heavenly Melody Academy, feeling an indescribable sensation in her heart after learning this. Of course, Yuan wasn't purposefully looking down on Songlinger during their one-on-one. It was just that he didn't feel being so serious in a friendly competition between two Zither players, and he saw it more of a friendly spar. However, as someone who was conditioned to perform his very best during competitions, now that he was actually participating in one, had unconsciously flipped his serious switch on and played the Zither with absolute focus and seriousness, especially since this is a music competition. Meanwhile, the audience and the participants alike stared at Yuan with shock and disbelief written all over their faces. Although most of the spectators didn't comprehend the situation and just how amazing Yuan's performance just now truly was, they knew that it was the best thing they've heard today and most likely their entire lives. As for the other participants, they were gobsmacked by Yuan's performance, and they could still see the illusion of flowers even though many moments had passed since they heard the three music notes. Yuan. Even Fei Yuyan was staring at Yuan with a gawking expression on her face, feeling her heart racing at this moment. After a long moment of silence that lasted for a few minutes, Songlinger finally snapped out of her daze, and for the first time in this competition, she gave a verdict first 10 points. This content is taken from Light Novel Pub/com, however, she didn't say anything else. No praises, no opinions, nothing, almost like she was speechless. Senior Zou and Elder Jing followed a moment later, and they also only gave their verdict without any other words. 10 points, 10 points. Despite having the first participant to receive a perfect score in this competition, the audience did not explode with excitement or cheering and remained relatively silent, most likely because they were still trying to grasp the situation. By the time most of these spectators returned to their senses, the judges had already given their verdict and moved on to the next team. However, the next team did not seem to be in the right mindset when it was finally their turn, and when they tried to play the Zither, it sounded almost as though it was their first time touching the Zither, or they'd completely forgotten how to play it. 0 points. 0 for me as well. Visit light/novel/p/com for the best novel reading experience. 0. The three judges quickly gave their verdict, and for the first time in this competition, right after the first perfect score, the first lowest possible score was achieved. And to the audience's surprise, this continued to happen for the next few teams as well. It was almost like every participant that went after Yuan had suddenly lost their ability to play the Zither. This greatly baffled the audience, making them wonder if Yuan had purposefully screwed with the other participants, which should be considered cheating. However, the judges didn't say anything about it, so there was nothing the audience could say. Even when someone wanted to raise their voice, they would suddenly recall Yuan's otherworldly performance, which quickly made them change their mind. After all, there was no need for someone with such talents to cheat in a competition. An hour later, the final team received their verdict for the first part of the competition. And by the end of the first part of the competition, over half of the participants were disqualified due to their unsatisfactory results with only a few hundred teams left. That is the end of the first part, Senior Zou said, and he continued. For the second part of the competition, we will have the teams play a song together. Finally, we get to listen to some real music. New novel chapters are published on Light Novel /com. I've been waiting for this. The audience was hyped. Although the first part of the competition was exciting in its own ways, it was too short for the audience to truly immerse themselves in the music, as it would end after 3 quick notes. Sometime later, Senior Zou continued, since this is a partnered competition, you should have practiced with your partner. Therefore, we'll let you decide on the songs you want to play. You have 3 minutes to perform, but any of us judges can decide to cut it short if they find it displeasing to the ears. Senior Zou then pointed to the team in the front and said, "We'll start from you. You have 1 minute to discuss with your partner and prepare for your song. As for the other teams, you are not allowed to talk with each other until it's your turn, or you will be automatically disqualified. Begin." Immediately, the 2 people in that team began talking with each other, deciding which song they should play. 30 seconds later, the participants took a deep breath and began playing the Zither simultaneously. A very pleasant-sounding noise flowed throughout the area and into the audience's ears. The majority of the audience was quickly attracted by the music and became immersed in it. This content is taken from lightnov//l/pub. However, 30 seconds into the song, when the team made their first mistake with a single out-of-tune note, Songlinger's voice resounded. That's enough. The music immediately stopped after her words resounded, and the participants lifted their heads to look at Songlinger's face that had a slight frown on her beautiful face, their back and forehead soaked in cold sweats. This is a team competition, not a solo. You've clearly not practiced with each other enough to screw up so early into the song. You're disqualified, Songlinger said a moment later in a cold voice, crushing the team's hopes into pieces. Chapter 208 God Descends from Heaven. After the first team was disqualified, they continued onto the second team, who was shaking a little, obviously quite nervous after seeing what happened. Begin, Senior Zou said to them. 55 seconds later, the team began playing their music. Luckily for this team, they'd managed to calm down enough within those 55 seconds to play more than half of the song without making any mistakes. However, in the end, they made a couple of mistakes towards the end, which resulted in even more mistakes because they thought Songlinger was going to immediately disqualify them for a single mistake. But to their surprise, Songlinger did not disqualify them right away. Once the judgment began, Senior Zou said, "It was pretty decent at the beginning, but after your first mistake, like a ripple effect, the rest of your song became riddled with mistakes. 2 points. I enjoyed the first half, so we'll give you 3 points at the very least," said Elder Jing. Songlinger then said, 0 points. You're disqualified. The third team began playing their song a couple of moments later. New novel chapters are published on lightno/velp/u/b/combat. Alas, just like the first team, they were immediately disqualified by Songlinger after their first mistake before the 30-second mark. It looks like Senior Fairy Song intends on disqualifying those who make mistakes early. Man, I cannot imagine what it would be like to be one of her disciples. They must be under a lot of stress with her straight and unforgiving character. If you want to be the very best, you have to sacrifice some things in your life. Half an hour and a dozen disqualified teams later, the first team to make 0 mistakes during their performance finally appeared. Finally, someone competent, Senior Zou said, and he continued, "The performance was pretty amazing overall. Your music notes were in sync. The pace was neither too fast nor too slow, and your techniques were smooth and precise. 10 points from me." I agree with Senior Zou. 10 points from me as well, Elder Jing said. 7 points. Songlinger said, surprising the audience with her high score. Who are those two? They also received somewhat high scores from Senior Fairy Song in the last part as well. Visit lightnov/lpub.com for a better experience. Some of the audience that did not recognize the team then asked the others. That's Zhao Jiu and Zhao Qingjiao. They're siblings that placed second and third in the last competition. Wow, second and third place? Their family must be grinning from ear to ear. A couple of hours later, it was finally AI, Yuan, and Wei Kang's turn to perform once again, and the audience immediately straightened their backs with some even leaning forward from anticipation. What song should we play? AI Yuan asked Wei Kang. God Descends from Heaven. Wei Kang quickly responded without hesitation. What? You want to play God Descends from Heaven? That's one of the most difficult songs in existence. There's no way we can play this song without making any mistakes, AI once said to him with a look of surprise on her face. And she continued, we're already behind that team with Fei Yuan and that mysterious masked person. We cannot risk losing any more points. They are exactly the reason why we must take this risk. Do you think we'll defeat them without going all out? Did you not hear that masked person's 3 music notes? There's no way we could defeat someone like that if we don't go all out. The source of this content is l/itnovelp/u/b. Komai Wan turned silent for a moment after hearing Wei Kang's words, and then she nodded a moment later with a serious expression on her face. "You're right, Wei Kong. Our master told us to not be complacent. If we don't take this seriously and lose first place, we'll be a laughing stock. Are you ready?" Senior Zou asked them since they took a little over a minute to discuss. "Yes, we are," Wei Kong said to him. A few seconds later, the two of them began playing the Zither, and a dozen unique music notes appeared in quick succession, dumbfounding the audience with their face-paced music. This song is God Descend from Heaven, one of the most difficult songs in this world with over 10,000 music notes, and they're going to play this in a competition. As expected of Senior Fairy Song's disciples, they're very bold. Heavens, look at how fast they're playing the Zither. Legends has it that a god had descended to the lower heavens from the upper realms when this song was first created, hence its name. Meanwhile, Senior Zou and Elder Jing looked at AI Yuan and Wei Kong with surprised looks on their faces. Even they can't play the God Descends from Heaven song perfectly, yet these two are going to play it in a duet during a competition. And as one would have expected, AI Yuan and Wei Kong made plenty of mistakes during their performance. Over 100 mistakes before the 30-second mark, yet Songlinger did not disqualify them and allowed them to continue to play this seemingly impossible song. Updated from /lightnovelp/ub//com, however, they were also playing the music too quickly for most people to notice these mistakes, so only the top experts like the judges were able to discern these mistakes. What fast-paced, chaotic music. This is my first time hearing such a song. Yuan glared at these two people with narrowed eyes, clearly piqued by their music. Exactly 3 minutes later, AI Yuan and Wei Kong stopped playing at the exact same time with their last music note rippling throughout the place, their faces and body soaked in sweat. 3 seconds later, once the audience realized that the music had stopped, the entire place exploded with cheering that shook the atmosphere there. Sometime later, Senior Zou said while clapping, "Even though there were many mistakes in your performance, I cannot help but still admire your courage for playing this song during a competition, even playing it to the end without any major mistakes or obvious off-syncs. And this is my first time hearing the God Descends from Heaven song during a competition despite my experience. Therefore, I'm going to give you 10 points. Chapter 209, Perfectly in Sync. After Senior Zou's verdict, Elder Jing spoke, "Above and beyond. That's all I can say. 10 points from me as well." Everybody then turned to look at Songlinger, who nodded her head and said, "I see that you've finally understood the situation you're in, Wei Kong." "Yes, master," Wei Kong said with a serious look on his face. "Although there were many mistakes in your performance, I did not expect anyone to play the God Descends from Heaven song perfectly, especially not in a duet. You get 9 points from me." The crowd cheered after hearing Songlinger's verdict. Although it was not a perfect score, neither was their performance, so it was fully justified for once. "Thank you, master." AI Yuan and Wei Kong bowed to her before sitting back down and exchanging satisfied looks with each other. Then they turned to look at Yuan, who was calmly sitting there and staring at his Zither with a pondering gaze. What's he thinking about? They couldn't help but wonder to themselves after seeing Yuan's bright eyes that gave them an ominous feeling for some reason. The competition continued, and just like previously, after AI Yuan and Wei Kang's performance, the rest of the participants appeared to be lacking in their performance, causing the audience to grow bored. Sometime later, when they finally reached Yuan's team, the audience immediately straightened their backs and widened their eyes with anticipation flickering within. The source of this content is lig/tnovelpub. C/OM, it's them. Fairy Faye and her mysterious partner. I wonder what kind of surprise they'll bring this time, and how their performance will compare to AI Yuan and Wei Kang's performance. Meanwhile, Fei Yuan asked Yuan, "What song should we play?" However, almost as though he couldn't hear her, Yuan remained silent and continued staring at his Zither with a dazed look on his face. "Disciple Yuan?" Fei Yuan called out to him again. I'm sorry, I was thinking about something." "What did you just say?" Yuan snapped out of his daze and turned to look at her with a puzzled look on his face. "It's our turn to perform," Fei Yuan said with her eyebrows raised, and she continued, "What song should we play?" After Senior Zou's Disciples performance, it'll be hard for us to compete since we don't know any difficult songs like Gods Descending from Heaven. Yuan then said, "Do you remember that one song we played during our practice when we stayed up all night? Let's play that song." Fei Yuan's eyes widened, and then she said, "Are you sure about that? That song, it's too unique. What if the judges don't like it? I think it'd be safer if we played one of my songs." New novel chapters are published on lee/g/htn/ovalpub/com. It'll be fine. It may be a bit unique compared to the music you're used to, but this is a competition to see how well we can play the song as partners. Anyway, just play as we did during practice. They'll follow your pace. Yuan said to her with a smile behind his mask. Fei Yuan nodded with a serious look on her face, and then she turned to look at her Zither. "I cannot be a burden to Yuan." After taking a deep breath, Fei Yuan moved her slender arms and began playing the Zither with her fair hands. Yuan followed Fei Yuan's movements and played the Zither at the exact time she did. What kind of music is this?" The audience was immediately taken aback by the unique-sounding music that had a theme they've never heard before. However, not every single spectator in the audience was unfamiliar with this type of music. Wait a second, why does this music sound so familiar? The source of this content is Light Novel Pub. That's a famous song from our world. Why do they know such a song? The players in the audience were baffled once they realized that this song being played was a song from their modern world, especially the players that were among the participants there. Unless a fellow player taught them this song, there was only one other reason why they would know this song. One of them was a player. And since most of the NPCs there knew Fei Yuan, it could only mean that the figure wearing the black jade mask was a player. That person was a fellow player this entire time? My God, why is he so good at the Zither already? Did he pick up the Zither the moment he started playing this game? Just who was behind that black mask? The participants that were players wondered. Meanwhile, the judges were baffled by not only the unique song, but also their perfect performance that flowed smoothly and was also flawlessly in sync. In their eyes, it was almost as though Yuan and Fei Yuan had become a single entity playing one song. Songlinger almost couldn't believe her eyes. Impossible. The reason they sound so perfectly in sync is not because they're used to playing together. It's because Yuan is following Fei Yuan's rhythm flawlessly. The source of this content is light/no/v/lpub/com. Although most of the people there may not be aware of the situation, Songlinger knew exactly how shocking Yuan's performance was. While Fei Yuan only needed to play the song at her own pace, Yuan had to imitate Fei Yuan's movements and follow her pace without making any mistakes. It was an incredibly difficult thing to do even for top experts, and only those who fully grasped their partner's skills would be able to achieve such a thing. Of course, even Fei Yuan herself was not aware of this, and she continued to play the Zither innocently. A few minutes later, Fei Yuan stopped playing the Zither, and the music immediately halted without any delays, almost like she was the only one who was playing the Zither this entire time. However, the audience appeared to be a little puzzled afterward. Is it just me, or was their performance a little bit disappointing? It didn't have the same impact as their previous performance, right? Although the song was unique and very pleasant sounding, it wasn't as exciting as I thought it'd be. Compared to AI Yuan and Wei Kong, their performance is definitely lacking. Completely oblivious to the real performance behind Yuan and Fei Yuan's show just now, the audience expressed their disappointment. Updated from Light Novel Pub.com. Chapter 210 13 points. After Yuan and Fei Yuan's performance, the judges pondered before giving their verdict. Elder Jing turned to look at Senior Zou and Songlinger. Since he was the least experienced out of the three, He wanted to let the experts go first so that his judgment isn't too far off, causing him to lose face. However, neither Senior Zou nor Song Linger spoke even many moments later, causing Elder Jing to raise his eyebrows. Then he turned to look at Yuan and Fei Yuyan. After clearing his throat, Elder Jing gave his verdict first for the first time. This is my first time hearing such unique music, and I must say, it was definitely a positive new experience overall. The synchronization between the two of you was also fantastic. However, compared to your previous performance, especially you, young man in the black mask, it was quite lacking and a disappointment if I'm being honest. I had expected much more, but alas, 7 points from me. The audience was silent throughout Elder Jing's verdict, and nobody made any noises afterward, as they also felt that it was quite a fair assessment. However, Senior Zou and Song Linger turned to look at Elder Jing with frowns on their faces. This guy, he also couldn't fathom their performance? Senior Zou was speechless, but he wasn't too shocked, since he also almost missed it. Senior Zou then turned to look at Song Linger, who held a frown even deeper than his own on her beautiful face, causing him to swallow nervously. The source of this content is lightnovelpoo/b/konai. I will give you 10 points. Senior Zou suddenly said, dumbfounding Elder Jing and the audience. What? 10 points? Are you sure about your verdict, Taoist Zou? I don't mean to doubt your judgment, but how could you give them a similar score to what you gave AI Yuan and Wei Kong, who was clearly superior? I hope you aren't still affected by their previous performance. Elder Jing couldn't help but question Senior Zou's decision. Senior Zou shook his head and said, "I'll let Senior Song explain." They turned to look at Song Linger, who spoke in a calm, yet cold voice a moment later. If you cannot fathom why Taoist Zou gave them 10 points instead of a disgraceful 7 points, you do not qualify to be a judge in this competition. If not for my respect for the Heaven and Earth Palace, I would have you removed from your position as judge already. After her cold remarks, shocking Elder Jing, Song Linger turned to look at Fei Yuyan and Yuan. Once again, you have exceeded my expectations. 10. No, 13 points for me. Song Linger said, her gaze directly on Yuan's figure. What? Did Senior Fairy Song just say 13 points? Unless we are all hearing things, I think she did. Is it even possible to give more than 10 points? And why 13 points? The source of this content is lig/ht/novelpub. Maybe it's to make up for Elder Jing's 7 points, making it a total of 30 points. Why would she do that, though? Even Senior Zou gave them 10 points. I cannot fathom their reasons for doing so. Perhaps there was something about their performance that only those two noticed? After all, they're the judges. The audience went into an uproar after hearing Senior Zou and Song Linger's puzzling verdict. After all, how could they give Yuan's team a perfect score when AI Yuan and Wei Kong couldn't achieve that kind of score after playing God Descend from Heaven, a song that's objectively harder to play? You must be wondering why I gave you such a score. Song Linger suddenly said as she looked at Fei Yuyan's direction, who held a confused look on her face. Upon hearing Song Linger's words, Fei Yuyan nodded with a dazed look on her face. While she was pretty satisfied with their performance, she didn't think it was worthy of such a high score. Song Linger then said, your performance overall was great, but it wasn't anything too amazing, and it would be worth at most 7 points if not for the other factors. The other factors? Fei Yuyan raised her eyebrows. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel Pub. Song Linger nodded and said, your partner's performance. Yuan's performance? Song Linger continued. Your partner displayed a shocking level of talent and skills by following your pace flawlessly, which earned the extra points. I normally wouldn't do something like this, but I know very well that he could have performed much better if he wasn't limited by you. If Head played the Zither at his own level without any restrictions, the performance would have definitely turned out better. However, if Head done that, you would not have been able to play together simply because of the fact that the disparity between your abilities is just that vast, and this is not a solo competition, so he sacrificed his own performance in order to match yours. Fei Yuan was shocked speechless after learning the real reason behind their verdict. and she turned to look at Yuan with a pained expression on her face. "I'm sorry, disciple Yuan. It seems like I will be a burden to you, no matter what I do," Fei Yin said to him a moment later with teary eyes. Yuan didn't know what he should say in this situation, since this is the first time he's been put in such an awkward situation. "You don't have to say anything to me. I know that I cannot compare to you, nor can I catch up to you, and that's not your fault. Although I may continue to be a burden until the end of this competition, let's play to the best of our abilities, okay?" Fei Yin said to him after wiping her eyes and showing him a smile. For more, visit lightnovelp/ub/c/om. After a moment of silence, Yuan suddenly turned to look at Song Linger and said, "I have a suggestion, Senior Song." "What is it?" Song Linger raised her eyebrows in a curious manner. "As you'd said, I didn't perform at my best, and our performance was only above average, so we don't deserve such a high score no matter how you spin it. Therefore, allow me, by myself, to play another song to make up for the points, or at least justify it somewhat," Yuan said, surprising her and everyone there. Chapter 2:11 Temporary Buff. "You want to play a song by yourself?" Song Linger raised her eyebrows. Under normal circumstances, that would not be allowed, as this is a competition, a partner competition. However, she really wanted to listen to Yuan play the Zither seriously by himself, even if it would invalidate the integrity of the competition. After all, in her eyes, he was going to win this competition regardless. "Okay, go ahead." Song Linger nodded her head a moment later, surprising the audience. "Senior Song, are you sure? This isn't part of the competition," Elder Jing said in a nervous voice. "Who cares? If he wants to play, let him play," Senior Zou said with a smile on his face. "You too, Taoist Zou?" Elder Jing was dumbfounded. Why did they want to listen to this participant play so much? It was almost as though they were subtly favoring him. "Thank you, seniors," Yuan said to them before focusing on the Zither. He then closed his eyes to recall a certain fast-paced song that was played only recently. A few moments later, after taking a deep breath, Yuan began playing the Zither, and his hands moved with extreme speed. Ting. Visit li/gh/tnovelpa.com for a better experience. A very familiar-sounding song began playing, dumbfounding the audience and the judges alike. This song is God Descends from Heaven. He's actually playing God Descends from Heaven, so he actually knows this song as well. Song Linger and the other judges watched with bulging eyes as Yuan played God Descend from Heaven flawlessly and at a pace that sounded even faster than AI, Yuan, and Wei Kong when they performed. Meanwhile, Fei Yin stared at Yuan with a gawking expression on her face. Although nobody else there was aware, she knew that not only did Yuan start playing the Zither only a week ago, but he has also never heard or played the song God Descend from Heaven until today. He can play God Descends from Heaven after listening to it a single time. Just how heaven-defying are his musical talents? How does his mind operate? Fei Yin couldn't help but cry inwardly. Feeling like this is Yuan's most shocking moment to date. This guy's a fucking monster. How can he play one of the most difficult songs with seemingly no effort at all? Wei Kong cursed inwardly as he watched Yuan's finger movements flow as smoothly as water and with precision, almost like he was a music machine or something similar. I'll look behind him. Am I seeing things, or is there someone floating behind him? One of the spectators suddenly pointed at Yuan and shouted in a shocked voice. The source of this content is /l//itnovelpub.com. No, you're right. I also see it. What a beauty. This must be another illusion. It's almost like a goddess has descended from the heavens because of his music. The audience was shocked when a beautiful young lady with peerless features suddenly appeared behind Yuan halfway through the song, like a spirit guardian watching over him. That's. Senior Zou shook uncontrollably and stood up after seeing the beautiful figure floating behind Yuan. Although it took a moment for him to recognize her face, it was, without doubt, the Zither goddess behind Yuan. Why am I seeing the illusion of the Zither goddess behind him? What's the meaning of this? Meanwhile, Song Linger subconsciously placed her hands on her chest, and she could feel her heart beating almost as fast as Yuan was playing the Zither. Exactly 3 minutes later, Yuan stopped playing the Zither with a last music note, creating a ripple that spread throughout the area and snapping everyone out of their daze. Visit light/novelpub ////com for the best novel reading experience as for the players there. A notification popped up for them. Your stats has been increased by 10% for 30 minutes from the effects of God descending from heaven. To their surprise, they'd received a temporary buff after listening to Yuan's Zither arts. Phew! What an amazing song! Yuan took a deep breath after the song ended, feeling extremely satisfied despite making a couple of mistakes. In fact, one of the major reasons why he suggested playing a song by himself was simply so that he could play God Descends from Heaven while it was still fresh inside his mind, even using the score as an excuse to play the song. Yuan then turned to look at the judges and said, "I have finished. Thank you for listening to my selfish request." The place turned dead silent, to the point where even a pin drop could be heard miles away. Sometime later, Song Linger said in a somewhat shaky voice, I think I have seen enough today." What do you mean by that, Senior Song? Elder Jing couldn't help but ask her. The source of this content is lig//tno/velpub/com. Song Linger then stood up and said in a loud and clear voice, "There's no need for us to continue this when the results are clear. Therefore, I am ending this competition here." What? The audience, participants, and judges alike stared at Song Linger with disbelief in their eyes, as they couldn't believe that Shed cut the competition short just like that. However, if they thought about it, after witnessing Yuan's performance, it was clear who would receive first place, so Song Linger's decision made some sense. Senior Song. This is a partner competition. I don't think it'll be fair for the other participants if we end the competition because of a single outstanding participant. Elder Jing said in a nervous tone. Song Linger glared at Elder Jing, but she didn't say anything. She then pointed at the participants and said, "Look at their faces. Do they look like people with the will to continue? And I don't need to sit through the entire competition to know who'll obtain what place." Elder Jing turned to look at the participants, and sure enough, the majority of them held bitter expressions on their faces and their aura without any motivation or confidence. Even if they continued with the competition, their performances would be lackluster at best. What about the second and third place? There has to be more than one winner. Elder Jing then said. Song Linger glanced at the participants before speaking in an indifferent voice. The rewards are too good for them. The second and third place will remain empty. If you have a problem with that, go ahead and challenge me. New novel chapters are published on lightnov/lpub//com author's note. Since we've managed to take first place for Win-Win, I'll be giving a 5-chapter mass release later, probably sometime during the middle of the month since I'm very busy now. Chapter 2, 12-player Yuan's first public appearance. The place fell into silence once again after Song Linger's domineering words, and the participants trembled at the thought of challenging Song Linger. The participants then turned to look at Yuan, who suddenly looked much bigger than previously, almost like he had grown a few sizes. However, that was just their admiration for Yuan, making it seem like he was bigger than normal. After witnessing his godlike performance that seemingly summoned a goddess instead of a god, they did not feel like competing against such a monster. Suddenly, someone within the participants stood up and approached Yuan. The others there turned to look at this individual, who was Wei Kong. Once he was standing before Yuan, to everybody's surprise, Wei Kong lowered his head and bowed to Yuan before speaking in a respectful voice. "Congratulations on winning the competition, Senior. You definitely deserve it, even though the whole thing was somewhat abnormal and unprecedented." Look, that arrogant Wei Kong is lowering his head to someone else that isn't Senior Fairy Song. I can see that for myself. A few moments later, AI Yuan followed Wei Kang's footsteps and also bowed to Yuan in a respectful manner. Hello, Senior. I am AI Yuan, and I would like to thank you for opening my eyes today. This may sound a little disrespectful to my master, but you have broadened my views with your Zither arts. Hopefully, we can play the Zither together in the future. New novel chapters are published on Light Novel Pub. Yuan nodded at them and said, "Thank you. If there's ever a chance, let's play the Zither together." Sometime later, Songlinger asked the other two judges, "Do you have anything else to say? If you're not satisfied with the results, we can talk about it." Senior Zou quickly shook his head and said, "No, there's no need. I already knew the results of this competition the moment he played the soul ensnaring Zither before my very eyes. And if I was as daring as you, Senior Song, I would have also ended the competition early. What about you, Elder Jing? Do you have something else to add?" Senior Zou then asked Elder Jing, who quickly shook his head. "Do whatever you want. I am only here because my sect is sponsoring the competition. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be here." Elder Jing shrugged. "Then it's decided." They turned to look at Songlinger, who nodded. A few moments later, Songlinger turned to look at Yuan and Fei Yuyan and spoke in a loud voice that resounded clearly. "This concludes the Zither competition. Congratulations to the winners, Fei Yuyan and Yuan from the Dragon Essence Temple, for achieving first place in this competition." What did she just say? Visit lightnovelpoo.com for a better experience, huh? Did I just hear you on? The players there stared at the figure wearing the black jade mask with shocked looks on their faces. Literally, 3 seconds later, a large notification appears directly above the competition, confirming the players' doubt. Congratulations to the participants that have attained the top 3 for this event. First place, player Yuan. Second place, not applicable. Third place, not applicable. Player Yuan's brilliant performance that mesmerized millions of spectators as well as the judges with his Zither art has achieved first place and will be given a special reward for his achievements. In front of Yuan, a couple of notifications appeared. New novel chapters are published on light//n/ovalpub/com. Due to your performance in the Zither competition, you have gained a massive amount of fame. Fame plus 1,000. You have gained the title Zither Prodigy for obtaining first place in the Zither competition. Because of your title Zither Prodigy, spiritual music played from a Zither will have an enhanced effect, increasing its buff strength by 50%. What? He's really player Yuan, the currently leading player who's rumored to be a cheater. Impossible. I thought he was a little girl. I knew I couldn't have trusted those bullshit rumors. So that's player Yuan. He's somehow exactly as I imagined. Mysterious and all. The players were excited to see this infamous player Yuan for the first time with their very eyes, as there have been only speculations about his existence this entire time. In fact, some of them even believe that Yuan was created by the creators of this game to fool the players. Does this mean he's really a player and not some NPC created by the creators? Heavens, I can see the forums exploding once they find out about this. The source of this content is lightnovelpub.com. They said he's from the Dragon Essence Temple, right? This is huge news. Maybe we'll even get to speak with him soon. Meanwhile, the players within the participants felt an urge to approach Yuan and speak with him, perhaps even shake his hands, but alas, Songlinger had just left the judges' platform and stood before Yuan, preventing anybody from approaching them with her immense aura. "Follow me, so I can distribute your rewards for your achievements," Songlinger said to them. Fei Yuyan and Yuan nodded, and they followed Songlinger into the building, leaving everyone else behind. Once Yuan left the area, the players there immediately began logging out of the game and jumping straight into the forums for Cultivation Online, spamming the place with new threads. Breaking news. Player Yuan has appeared in the Zither competition. Shocking new information about player Yuan has surfaced. Player Yuan is currently a disciple at the Dragon Essence Temple. The online forums were bombarded with new threads regarding Yuan, and the forums quickly flared with excitement from this new information. This content is taken from lighten/oval/pub. C/OM, the news traveled so fast that Uro, who was still at school, was already hearing about it. Did you hear? They say player Yuan has appeared in the Zither competition that a couple of our students had participated in. This is his first public appearance ever. What? Really? What did he look like? He was wearing a mask, so they couldn't see his face properly, but he was a tall and slender man. So he wasn't a little girl? I was right to not listen to the previous rumors regarding his gender. Anyway, this is huge news. I'm sure there will be a lot of people visiting the Dragon Essence Temple now that they know his whereabouts. Chapter 213, Zither Competition Rewards. They're talking about Brother Tion? Uro listened to the conversation between her classmates without turning to look at them, as she didn't want to make it seem like she was interested. However, Meishio was a different case, and she listened to the conversation while looking at them with a pondering look on her face. Player Yuan? First place? If I remember correctly, the young master is also participating in a music competition inside the game. Meishio thought to herself. As someone who has been with a sibling for her entire life, she knew very well the extent of Yution's talents, and she found it hard to believe that someone other than Yution would achieve first place in a music competition. In fact, Yution has never received anything lower than first place, so it was always expected that he would achieve first place no matter what kind of competition he participated in. Perhaps the young master is participating in a different competition? After all, I heard the world is countless times larger than our own world. Sister Ro. Someone suddenly approached Uro from behind and called out to her. Uro turned around to see an innocent-looking young lady with long, wavy brown hair, a slim figure, and two large meat buns on her chest standing behind her. Xia Jingyi. Uro smiled at her. It's time for lunch, Sister Ro. Let's go eat. The source of this content is lightnovel/pub/forward/com. Okay. Uro nodded and stood up from her seat before following this pretty young lady outside. On her way outside, the other classmates in the room watched her leave without turning their heads, their gazes filled with admiration and respect. Once they were outside the classroom, Uro and Xia Jingyi went to sit at a clean table somewhere in the large courtyard in the middle of the school. Hey, race your lunch, young lady. Meishio placed a large and luxurious-looking lunchbox on the table. Thank you, Meishio. You can also take a seat and eat with us, Uro said to her. However, Meishio shook her head and said, I'm afraid I cannot act so familiar with a young lady at school. Uro sighed. Do whatever you want. After eating their lunch quickly but elegantly, Xia Jingyi said, Sister Ro, I'm sure you've heard by now about player Yuan. He's made another appearance. A public one this time. A smile appeared on Uro's face, and she said, Of course. After all, everyone else in my class was talking about it. I would hear about it even if I didn't want to. New novel chapters are published on li/GHD/novelpub. C/OM. I almost couldn't believe it when I heard it. To think player Yuan is also a musical genius. It's almost like there's nothing in this world that he cannot do. Xia Jingyi said in an excited voice, her admiration for player Yuan as clear as day. You really admire this player Yuan, huh? Uro said with a somewhat mysterious smile on her face. Even though Xia Jingyi is her best friend for many years and someone she trusts fully, she never thought about revealing Yuan's real identity to her. Of course, everything about his existence intrigues me. Aren't you also curious about his background? His real identity? Xia Jingyi said to her. Well, I was, Uro said in a somewhat awkward voice. Past tense? What's that supposed to mean? Did you lose interest? Xia Jingyi looked at her with raised eyebrows. Something like that. Uro nodded, and she continued. What are you going to do if you learn his identity, anyway? I don't know, but he'll probably ask him to be my friend or something. Follow current novels on Light Novel Pub. /C/OM, your friend? Uro couldn't help but chuckle at her words. Anyway, are you ready to play Cultivation Online with me this weekend? I will be playing the game for the first time tonight. Xiaojingyi asked her. Yuan nodded and said, just let me know where you start, and I'll see if we can play together. Okay, I'll let you know tomorrow, Xiaojingyi said. Sometime later, they returned to their classrooms to continue with their school day. Meanwhile, inside the game, Yuan followed Song Linger to this small room somewhere inside the building. Since you've achieved first place, and there is no second or third place, they'll give you the rewards for first place as well as second place, said Song Linger as she retrieved the treasures and placed them onto the table. Fei Yuan stared at the divine grade Zither and divine rank Zither arts with a dazed look on her face, as this is her first time being so close to something so precious. Wow, so this is what a divine grade treasure looks like. The most up-to-date novels are published on lig/tnovelpu/b/com. However, Fei Yuan quickly shook her head, and then she turned to look at Yuan and said, go ahead, disciple Yuan. You can take the reward for the first place, and he'll settle with the second place rewards. After all, you're the only reason we've made it this far, and I am not shameless enough to ask for something so precious when I know that I don't deserve it. Are you sure? We entered this competition as a team, so regardless of our contribution, we should share the rewards, Yuan said to her. Disciple Yuan. A sweet smile appeared on Fei Yuan's face, but she insisted that he accept the treasure. I know that you're trying to make me feel better, but don't. You'll actually make me feel worse and filled with guilt if I accepted the first place rewards. Yuan remained silent for a moment to ponder. A few moments later, he said, how about this? I'll take the divine grade Zither, and I'll also take the divine rank Zither arts. However, I'll only keep the divine rank Zither arts until I learn the technique, and I'll give it to you right after I'm done with it so that you can use it as well. It'll only be a few days at most. A few days at most. But this is a divine rank technique we're talking about. Fei Yuan and Song Linger stared at Yuan with wide eyes filled with disbelief. Chapter 214, End of the Zither Competition. Why you don't have to give yourself a deadline, disciple Yuan. You can give it to me whenever you are finished with it. There's no need to rush it. I highly doubt anybody can learn a divine rank technique in just a few days. Zither arts may not be as complicated as some cultivation techniques, but it's still a divine rank technique nevertheless. Fei Yuan said to Yuan after hearing his words that sounded like bragging. Okay. Yuan didn't argue with Fei Yuan and nodded his head before tossing the divine grade Zither and the divine rank Zither arts into his spatial ring. Congratulations. You have obtained a divine grade treasure. Congratulations. You have obtained a divine rank technique. After accepting the rewards, a notification appeared in the sky for all of the players to see. Player Yuan has obtained a divine grade treasure. Player Yuan has become the first player to have obtained a divine grade treasure. Once both Yuan and Fei Yuan stored away their treasures, Song Linger said to them, now that I've given you one of the rewards, let's continue on to the second reward. There are more rewards? Fei Yuan looked at Song Linger with wide eyes. Song Linger nodded her head and said, did you already forget what I said at the beginning of the competition? That I would accept the first place as my disciples? Visit lightnote/velpub/com for the best novel reading experience. Why, you mean? You want to accept us as your own disciples? You weren't joking about that? Fei Yuan's jaw dropped to the ground. After all, she could have never imagined that she would one day have the opportunity to become the famous Song Linger's disciple. Why would I joke about something like that before so many people? Song Linger responded with a serious look on her face. Though to tell you the truth, I originally only wanted to accept Yuan as my disciple, but after seeing your talents that could compete even with my current disciples, I have decided to also make you my disciple. Song Linger said to Fei Yuan, not hiding her true intentions. But we're still disciples of the Dragon Essence Temple. We cannot just accept someone from another sect as our master, especially me, since I'm already a core disciple. Fei Yuan said to her, mostly as an excuse. It'll be fine. What I will be teaching you will not interfere with the Dragon Essence Temple's teachings, and I will even speak to your sect master about this. Furthermore, it's not impossible to accept a master from another sect since that has happened many times in the past. Songlinger then turned to Yuan and continued, I know you don't want to leave the Dragon Essence Temple, so it'll allow you to stay at the Dragon Essence Temple while being my disciple at the same time. This way, you won't have to leave your sect while being able to study under me at the same time. However, Yuan said, I appreciate your considerations, Senior Song, but I really don't intend on focusing on the Zither too much. After all, I am already studying the sword and the dagger. You're what? Both Fei Yuan and Songlinger stared at him with wide eyes again. Visit lightnovelpub.com for the best novel reading experience. Seeing their expressions that were filled with disbelief, Yuan decided to retrieve the Empyrean Overlord and the Starry Abyss to prove to them that he indeed practiced with swords and daggers. See, I am playing the Zither mostly as a hobby, and I do not intend on focusing too much on it. That's ridiculous. How can you toss away such a heaven-sent talent like this? I won't allow it. Songlinger said with a frown on her face, clearly unwilling to see someone as talented as Yuan letting his talent go to waste. And before Yuan could even respond, Fei Yuan spoke, I have to agree with Senior Song here, Disciple Yuan. You have the capabilities to become one of the greatest Zither experts in the world. Why would you not focus on this path instead? Can you at least give us your reason? A bitter smile appeared on Yuan's face, and he proceeded to tell them a little about his past when he was still active as a musician and how his parents would force him to play, working him like a machine. Although I like music, even love, I simply cannot find myself focusing on music like it's the only thing in my life, as I've already found other things in life that I am interested in. The sword and the dagger are only some of many examples. Perhaps I might return to that path in the future, but for now, while I still can, I want to enjoy everything else this world has to offer. Songlinger and Fei Yuan remained speechless for a few moments after hearing Yuan's background. New novel chapters are published on lightnovelpub.com. Fine. If you don't want to focus on this path, then I won't force you, since that'll only do more negative than positive. However, that doesn't mean I have given up on you, because I haven't, and I will never abandon someone as talented as you, Yuan. Mark my words, it'll make you serious about music again, even if it's the last thing I do. After saying that, Songlinger turned around and walked out of the room. And just as Yuan and Fei Yuan prepared to leave the room as well, Elder Shan and Elder Xin appeared before them with Min Li and Xin Wuhan behind them. Congratulations on achieving first place, Disciple Yuan, Disciple Fei. The Dragon Essence Temple will definitely reward you for your contribution, Elder Xin said to them with a wide smile on his face. Did Senior Song do anything weird to you, Disciple Yuan? Elder Shan began patting Yuan all over his body like she was looking for injuries. I am fine, Yuan said in a slightly dazed voice. Congratulations, Yuan. We'll have to celebrate this occasion when we return to the sect. Xian Wuhan said to him. Congratulations, Disciple Yuan. Minli said afterward. Thank you all. Yuan nodded with a bright smile on his face, feeling relieved that he did not disappoint anyone. This content is taken from lightnov/lpub.com. Chapter 215 Group Call. After the Zither competition ended, Yuan and the others returned to the Royal Blossom Hotel for a moment before checking out of the hotel and making their way back to the Dragon Essence Temple on the sect elders' flying treasures. Meanwhile, in the real world, many powerful and influential individuals from over a dozen different families from across the world gathered online in a group call. We have to do something about this player Yuan. He's tearing the legacy family's reputation to shreds. Every single time his name appears on the announcement, it's a slap to our faces. Even worse, we still don't know his identity. One of the voices said in a serious voice, "What do you suggest we do then? We don't know this player's identity. What does it seem like he wants our money?" said another voice. No logical being would refuse status and money unless they already have these. Another person in the group call voiced his opinions. Then what can we do? We cannot allow this player Yuan to continue dominating the game. Has become the most successful and fastest growing game the world's ever seen before, and it will only continue to grow as more people realize its potential. We cannot allow a single person to monopolize it. Since we cannot contact him from the outside, we can only try to contact him from the inside, right? I heard player Yuan had appeared in public for the first time today in a music competition, even obtaining a divine grade treasure and a divine rank technique from it. What? Is that true? Yes, and according to the people that were at this competition, player Yuan is a disciple at the Dragon Essence Temple in the Eastern Continent. Eastern Continent, huh? I have some people from my family in the Eastern Continent who can approach him, but my top player is currently in the Southern Continent, so he won't make it, said a new voice that belonged to a female. New novel chapters are published on lightnov/lpub//com. I also have a couple of players in the Eastern Continent that could try to contact player Yuan, said another voice. No disrespect to your families or players, but I wouldn't suggest sending just any players to approach player Yuan. After all, what if he sees it as a sign of disrespect, that we're underestimating or undervaluing him? I agree with Mr. Jason. If possible, we should have our top players approach him so that he can feel more comfortable and valued. Who here have their top players in the Eastern Continent? What about White Lotus? She's a top player and currently at the Eastern Continent, right? Yes, but she's currently busy in her own sect. I don't think she'll have the time to travel all the way to the Dragon Essence Temple to find him, especially when there's a really important event coming up in the upcoming weeks. The Lightning Emperor is also busy with his own sect, so we cannot ask him to meet player Yuan. Most of the top players are all too busy grinding their own strength, so they don't fall behind player Yuan too much. There's nothing we can do. Speaking of this upcoming event, what was it called again? Mystic Realm? This content is taken from lightnovelpub.com. Yeah, I heard it's one of the biggest events in the lower heavens, and every top player is aiming for it. Does this mean player Yuan will also be participating in this event? If that's the case, we can simply wait until the top players meet him during this event. It's less than a month away anyway. While I prefer that we contact him sooner than later, if there are no top players that can meet him now, we can only wait until the Mystic Realm. I don't want to risk offending this player Yuan. Furthermore, he must know some secrets about the game that's allowed him to progress so insanely fast. He might even have relationships with the creators of this game that nobody knows about. If we can learn some of these secrets, our own players will also be able to progress as fast, if not even faster than him. What about the other families? They will surely do everything in their power to contact him. So what? Even if they go to the Dragon Essence Temple, they still need to find player Yuan amongst the thousands of people there. I suggest we send some of our players to the Dragon Essence Temple to investigate. After all, we also don't know his identity. ITLL be like finding a needle in a haystack. There's no way someone like player Yuan would be able to hide his identity perfectly. Even if he tries, he's simply too unique. Then it's settled. All of us will send some players to the Dragon Essence Temple to investigate. In fact, see if there are any players from our alliance that are already a disciple there. If you receive any new information regarding player Yuan, notify the rest of us immediately. The source of this content is l/ig/ht/novelpub/com. The group call ended shortly later, and the people that were in the call began preparing for their investigation in player Yuan. In fact, these people were not the only ones in a meeting on this day, as similar conversations between other families had occurred after the Zither competition, all planning to approach the Dragon Essence Temple to learn more about this mysterious player Yuan. Welcome back, all of you. I'm relieved to see that all of you have managed to return in one piece. Long Yuan said to Yuan and the others after they returned to the Dragon Essence Temple. I have already heard about what happened at the Zither competition, so you can spare the explanation. Disciple Yuan, Disciple Fei, your achievements have greatly boosted the Dragon Essence Temple's reputation, and for your contribution, the sect will definitely award you appropriately. For now, go home and get some rest. Well, find you once we are prepared to hand the rewards out. Thank you, Sect Master. Fei Yuan bowed to him, and Yuan followed. Sometime later, they left the place, leaving Elder Xian and Elder Shan behind with Long Yijuan. Chapter 216, Returning to the Dragon Pavilion. Once Yuan and the other disciples left the place, Long Yijuan turned to look at Elder Shan and Elder Xian with a serious expression on his face. "Tell me everything that has happened," he said to them with a listening look on his face. Elder Xian nodded and said, "Allow me to explain first." He then proceeded to explain everything that had happened during their time outside the sect, leaving almost no detail out, such as Elder Shan's scandalous behavior. "I see." Long Yijuan turned to look at Elder Shan and asked, "Do you have anything to add?" "Only one thing," she quickly responded before continuing. "I am certain that there's a spirit grandmaster watching over disciple Yuan in the shadows." "What?" Both Long Yijuan and Elder Xian looked at her with wide eyes. "Tell me more," Long Yijuan said in a somewhat demanding tone. Visit //light-novel-pub.com for a better experience. Elder Shan nodded and explained her encounter with Xiao Hua's voice that occurred when she got too clingy to Yuan. Qi manifestation. Indeed, only spirit grandmasters would be able to achieve such a feat. Long Yijuan pondered with a serious look on his face. Even as a peak spirit master, he could barely use Qi manifestation, much less make it stiff enough to hit someone with it. If this is really the case, we won't have to worry too much about disciple Yuan's safety. However, we can't let our guard down even after learning this information. After all, we want to show this spirit grandmaster that we truly care about disciple Yuan and his well-being. I agree. Elder Xian nodded. Good. Now let's talk about their rewards. How should the sect award them for their contribution? I think they deserve more than just some contribution points, Long Yijuan said. How about we let them cultivate at the Dragon's Peak? Elder Xian suddenly suggested. The Dragon's Peak? That's very generous of you. Elder Shan looked at him with wide eyes. Can I hear your reason for this, Elder Xian? Long Yijuan did not refuse and asked for his reason instead. This content is taken from Light Novel Pub.com. Simple. Disciple Yuan. I wouldn't have even thought about it if not for disciple Yuan. However, with his talents, he'll definitely benefit greatly from the Dragon's Peak. Perhaps I'll even feel indebted to us afterward. Elder Xian said. Long Yijuan closed his eyes to ponder. A few moments later, he opened his eyes again and mumbled, ID originally planned on letting him enter the Dragon's Peak after the Mystic Realm and before the Dragon Temple. But if I let him go there before the event, it'll definitely increase our chances of obtaining a higher rank. The other core disciples won't be happy once they learn of this, especially since disciple Yuan is still an outer court disciple. Elder Shan suddenly said, good point. The Mystic Realm is only 2 weeks away, and I don't intend on having disciple Yuan participate as an outer court disciple. Although this is a little bit earlier than scheduled, let's have disciple Yuan take the inner court disciple examination next week. Long Yijuan said. Sometime later, Elder Xian asked, what about the matter with the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower? Have the participating sects sent their disciples yet? Long Yijuan then said, I was just about to talk about this. Yes, they have already sent their disciples here. We are waiting on just a couple more people to arrive before we begin, and they are expected to arrive tomorrow. I see. At the same time, after leaving the sect master's headquarters, Yuan returned to his own home with the others still following him. Visit lightnovelpub.com/c/om for a better experience. We should celebrate your victory at the Dragon Pavilion, Xian Wuhan suddenly suggested to them. That's a great idea. The treat will be on me. Fei Yuan nodded, and then she continued, Of course, I am only treating disciple Yuan. The two of you can pay for your own food. How stingy, Xian Wuhan snorted. Why should I spend my precious contribution points on you who did nothing for me other than giving me headaches? What did you do to deserve it? Fei Yuan sneered back without hesitation. Sometime later, Yuan and the others made their way to the Dragon Pavilion. The people there were ecstatic when they saw Fei Yuan's pretty face at the Dragon Pavilion because they thought that she had finally decided to practice there again. Welcome back, Senior Apprentice Sister Fei. The stage has been lonely without you lately. Thankfully, you're finally back. One of the workers there quickly approached them. Senior Apprentice Sister Xian and Senior Apprentice Sister Min as well. Welcome to the Dragon Pavilion. Follow current novels on light/nov/opub.com. I'm sorry, but I did not come here today to play the Zither. I'm here to eat. Give me your best table, Fei Yuan said to the disciple who ignored Yuan because he didn't think Yuan was with him at first. Oh, is that so? The disciple showed a disappointed look on his face after learning that Fei Yuan was only there to eat. Anyway, please follow me. Fei Yuan and the others proceeded to follow him. However, the disciple frowned when he noticed that Yuan was also following behind them, and he said in a somewhat cold voice, "Excuse me, outer court disciple. Unless you're with these seniors, please wait outside." Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, and he said, "I am with them." The disciple turned to look at the three beauties who now held a small frown on their faces, and it was at this moment that the disciple realized that had fucked up big time. "I deeply apologize for the misunderstanding." The disciple bowed to Yuan. For more, visit lig/ht/novelpub//com. Just bring us to our table. Fei Yuan said. "All right away." The disciple turned around and led them to their table shortly later. "Please take your time looking at the menu, seniors. I have another table to attend to, so I'll go look for a replacement now." The disciple then scurried away without returning, almost like he didn't dare to continue being around them after his mistake, and he went to find another worker there to serve them. A few minutes later, a disciple with a familiar face, Chu Bo, who had served Yuan previously, appeared before them to take their orders. Author's note: this might come as a surprise, but check out my new novel inferior cultivation system if you like OP-MC, Smart MC, Knowledgeable MC, systems, and face slapping. Don't worry, it won't affect my release rate for Cultivation Online. Chapter 217, An Expensive Meal. Welcome back to the Dragon Pavilion, senior disciples. Chu Bo greeted Yuan and the others the moment had arrived before looking at Yuan with admiration in his gaze. After all, this is his first time seeing someone with so many top beauties at once, and they were even prominent beauties within the sect. One can only imagine how many people would be envious of Yuan's situation right now, as he had a beauty sitting close to him in almost every direction. "Have you decided on what you'd like to eat?" Chu Bo asked them after his greeting. Yuan nodded and spoke without even a shred of hesitation within his voice. "I want everything on the menu like last time." Everybody there beside Chu Bo looked at Yuan with surprised expressions on their faces, almost like they couldn't believe what they'd just heard. "I understand. What about the senior fairies? What would you like to eat today?" Chu Bo proceeded to ask the others, dumbfounding them even more. Yuan had already ordered everything that was on the menu. Why did he feel the need to ask them what they wanted to eat? It was almost as if he expected Yuan to eat all of the food had ordered by himself, which didn't sound very possible. Seeing these beauties staring at him with questionable gazes, Chu Bo responded with a somewhat stiff smile on his face. Senior apprentice brother Yuan has a big appetite, and he finished everything on the menu by himself the last time he was here, so I assumed that he'd be doing the same this time. What? Is that true? They turned to look at Yuan, who quickly nodded his head without any shame on his face. For more, visit lig/h/tnovelpub/com. Heavens, even my contribution points would be in danger if we come to the Dragon Pavilion more than once a month. Fei Yuan spoke in a joking voice. Anyways, since that's the case, I'll have Fei Yuan order food next, followed by Xian Wuhan and Minli. Thank you. I shall notify the cooks right now. Chu Bo bowed to them before leaving the place. Once they were alone again, Fei Yuan turned to look at Yuan and said, "Not only did we win this Zither competition, I even improved my own Zither arts greatly. And this is all thanks to you, disciple Yuan. This isn't much, but I'd like to thank you properly. She then reached into her robes before retrieving her disciple identification badge. Let me see yours. Yuan didn't think much about it and retrieved his bronze disciple identification badge. Fei Yuan placed her own directly before Yuan's badge, and a few seconds later, she transferred some of her own contribution points to him. This content is taken from lie/tnovel/ub.com. You have received 1,000 contribution points from Fei Yuan. Are you sure? You really don't need to. I didn't join the competition because I wanted a reward from you, Yuan said to her. It's okay, really. It's the only thing I could do for you now, and I don't know how else I can express my gratitude, she responded. Yuan nodded and accepted the contribution points. I should check out the place where I can use my contribution later and see what I can buy with my points. Yuan thought to himself as he put away his badge. A few moments later, Yuan suddenly retrieved the soul Ensnaring Zither and said, "Why don't I play a few songs while we wait for our food?" "That sounds great." Xian Wuhan immediately nodded. After taking a deep breath, Yuan began playing the Zither. However, he didn't play anything too extravagant. With that being said, even though he wasn't playing seriously, it was good enough to fool every disciple in the Dragon Pavilion, making them believe that it was Fei Yuan who was playing. Meanwhile, the three beauties sitting around him stared at him without blinking, looking like they'd been mesmerized by his performance. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnov/lpu/b/. Sometime later, once the food began arriving at the table, Yuan stored the Zither and began eating his food, quickly shocking the ladies. How can so much food fit inside such a small body? They couldn't help but ask themselves. He's really talented in everything he does. Even eating sometime later, Yuan sighed in a satisfied manner. That was a great meal. I can't believe it. You really finished every single plate. Xian Wuhan mumbled in a dazed voice. And she continued, "This makes me somewhat worried about that time you had dinner at my house. It was probably only enough to fill the gaps between your teeth." "What? Disciple Yuan had dinner at your house?" Fei Yuan turned to look at her with wide eyes, surprised by her sudden reveal. "That's right. We had dinner with my father there as well," Xian Wuhan said with a somewhat smug look on her face. Fei Yuan was speechless. Visit lightnovel.pub.com for a better experience. Anyway, hey, raise my badge for the bill. This is my treat. Fei Yuan then handed Chu Bo her badge. Does that include us? Even though you'd already said that you wouldn't treat us? Xian Wuhan asked her. Fei Yuan glanced at her and said, "I will gladly change my mind and make you pay for it, if that's what I am understanding from your words." Xian Wuhan immediately turned around and began whistling. Although she has plenty of contribution points as well, she'd rather not use them if she didn't have to, as she was saving them up for a new cultivation technique. "Thank you, Senior Apprentice Sister Fei," Chu Bo said as he subtracted the bill from her contribution points. 200 contribution points gone, just like that. Fei Yuan's eyebrows uncontrollably twitched after seeing the devastation Yuan had caused to her wallet. For an ordinary disciple, it would take months, even years, to collect 200 contribution points, yet she'd spent the same amount for a single meal, not to mention the 1,000 contribution points she'd given to Yuan beforehand. Spending 1,200 contribution points in a single day, unless somebody went on a shopping spree in the exchange hall and bought every expensive treasure their gaze landed on, was an unthinkable act that would cause many disciples to physically cry. Author's note: check out my new novel Inferior Cultivation System if you like OP MC, Smart MC, Knowledgeable MC, Systems, and face slapping. Don't worry, it won't affect my release rate for Cultivation Online or Dual Cultivation. Chapter 2, 18 Heaven Severing Zither Arts. After leaving the Dragon Pavilion, Xian Wuhan and Fei Yuan said their farewells to Yuan and Minli. I have to get back to training, so they'll find another time to chat with you, Yuan. It has been a wonderful experience these past few days, Xian Wuhan said to him. Now that the Zither competition is over, I also have to return to my regular training schedule. Once again, thank you for everything, Disciple Yuan. I'll see you later. Fei Yuan bowed to him before leaving. What are you going to do now that the competition is over? Min Li asked him as they walked back to their houses together. He'll spend some time on the technique ID gotten from the competition, and then he'll probably go to the place where I can spend some of my contribution points, said Yuan. The exchange hall? What are you trying to buy? I don't know yet. Do you want to come as well? Yuan asked her, as he was used to having her follow him around. And no, I have already spent enough time without a sword in my hands. Just like the other two, I must get back to my training, or else he'll get scolded by my family when I show no improvements, she sighed. I see. He'll see you around, Disciple Min, Yuan said to her before entering his building. After returning to his room, Yuan retrieved the Divine Grade Treasure and the Divine Rank Technique to inspect it. Follow current novels on lighten/ov/lpub/com. Frozen Jade Zither Grade. Divine Quality Low. Mental Strength Requirement 35,000. Soul Strength Requirement 50,000. Description: can create music notes that will freeze one's heart and soul. Heaven Severing Zither Arts. A single music note can split the heavens in half. Xiaohua. I know divine grade treasures cannot be used by those with insufficient cultivation, but does that apply to even instruments? I cannot imagine exploding to death because I pulled one of its strings, Yuan said out loud. No, Brother Yuan can play it, but you won't be able to utilize its full potential. Xiaohua's voice resounded, and she continued, ITLL just be like playing an ordinary zither without injecting your spiritual energy into it. This content is taken from lee//getnevelp/ub/com. One can also wield a divine grade sword as a mortal, but without the cultivation to use it properly, the divine grade sword will only function as though it's an ordinary sword that's sharper and more durable than usual. I see. So I can still use this zither to play music normally, but I won't be able to produce special effects that can only be done when using spiritual energy. I think I get the gist of treasures in general. Yuan nodded as he pulled one of the strings on the frozen jade zither. A beautiful music note resounded in the room. It's pretty good sounding, but I still prefer the soul ensnaring zither, he mumbled after the noise calmed. After putting away the frozen jade zither, Yuan turned his attention to the divine rank technique, Heaven Severing Zither Arts, and began reading through it. What an interesting technique, Yuan mumbled to himself after reading through the entire content once. After pondering for a few minutes, he returned to the first page to reread it once again. An hour later, a notification appeared before Yuan as he was absorbed in the technique. You have learned Heaven Severing Zither Arts. Visit Light Novel Pub. C/OM for the best novel reading experience. Heaven Severing Zither Arts. Rank, Divine, Description, a single music note to sever the heavens. This technique was much simpler than ID anticipated, and I managed to learn it in an hour. Guess I can give this technique to Fei Yuan tomorrow when I check out the exchange hall. With that in mind, Yuan logged off for the day and cultivated in the real world while waiting for Yu Rao's return. Welcome back, Yu Rao, Yuan said out loud after hearing her footsteps entering his room. I'm back, brother. And congratulations. I heard that you'd achieved first place in the Zither competition. Of course, I had already expected this outcome since it's a given that you would come first in a music competition, but still, congratulations. Yuro said to him in a cheerful voice. Thank you, Yuro. I wish I was there to witness it. But alas, school. HM. Yuro sighed. Follow current novels on lightnov/lpub, C/OM. Don't worry, they'll play the zither for you the next time we meet, said Yuan. It won't be the same since you're not competing against others. To be honest, it wasn't much of a competition since it was very different from what I'm used to. Yuan spoke with Yuro for about half an hour, telling her everything had experienced at the competition before Yuro left the room and Yuan went to cultivate for the rest of the night. Once morning came and Yuro finished her morning routine, Yuan dived back into cultivation online and left his house early in the morning to head to Fei Yuan's house so he could give her the divine grade technique. However, halfway there, Yuan suddenly stopped walking as Head realized that he no longer had the permission to enter the inner court, prohibiting him from even getting close to Fei Yuan's living quarters, much less meet her. Looks like he'll have to find another way to meet her, he thought to himself. For now, let's head to the exchange hall to see what kind of things they have there. Thus, Yuan turned around and began making his way towards the exchange hall after taking a moment to recall the map of the sect. The source of this content is Li/Gaitno/V/LP/UB. Come on his way to the exchange hall, Yuan passed the practice grounds, where hundreds of disciples were already awake and training. Of course, Minli was also there, practicing her sword techniques on the training puppets and being watched by the other disciples, their gazes filled with admiration for Minli. Yuan stopped to watch Minli practice for a few minutes before he continued walking again. Half an hour later, he stood before a tall and large pagoda that had 3 floors, and directly above its entrance was a grand sign that read Exchange Hall. Author's note: check out my new novel Inferior Cultivation System if you like OP MC, Smart MC, Knowledgeable MC, Systems, and face slapping. Don't worry, it won't affect my release rate for Cultivation Online or Dual Cultivation. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.